What if the most notorious vampire in history never roamed the shadowy streets of Transylvania? What if the tale of blood-sucking creatures weaved through time and culture had its origins in a sun-drenched land far from Europe's dark castles and misty moors? In the ancient sands of Mesopotamia, where the cradle of civilization cradled secrets darker than night, the echoes of a chilling narrative whispered through the ages. A drumming thunder rolled across the sky as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, elongated shadows over the crumbling ruins of a once great city. The air was thick with a palpable tension, a foreboding silence broken only by the distant cries of night creatures awakening, eager for the hunt. Here, in this sacred land, stories of a figure emerged, one whose fierce hunger and insatiable thirst would etch itself into the fabric of human history. Imagine a time when the line between the living and the dead blurred, when the ancient gods walked among mortals, demanding reverence and blood. In this world, a figure emerged from the darkness, a woman whose beauty was rivaled only by the terror she inspired. She was a priestess, a guardian of ancient rites, destined to be revered and feared. Legends spoke of her, weaving tales of seduction and betrayal, of life stolen in the dead of night as her enchanting call lured unsuspecting victims into the abyss. As her legend grew, whispers spread like wildfire across civilizations, tales embroidered with truth and fantasy, each retelling transforming her into the embodiment of despair and desire. The vivid imagery of her haunting presence captivated those who heard it. Her pale skin glistened like moonlight on water. Her eyes burned with a feral hunger, reflecting the very essence of darkness. The tension thickened with each passing dusk as more were drawn into her web, leaving behind lifeless forms, pale, cold, and forever marked by her insatiable appetite. But with every legend comes the inevitable rise of those who would seek to challenge it. A shadow loomed over her, a rival emerging from the depths of human ambition, armed with a thirst for power greater than hers. The clash of these two forces would plunge the world into chaos, as ancient rituals collided with the relentless march of progress, threatening to erase the very memory of her existence. History held its breath, poised on the brink of revelation, as the sun set and the moon rose high above the land. In the flickering light of torches, the truth lay just beyond reach, a tantalizing secret waiting to be uncovered. The air crackled with electric anticipation, each moment layered with mystery, binding the past and present in a tale that would redefine everything. The first vampire was not born from the shadows of Europe, but rather arose from a land that whispered its truths into the void, haunting, majestic, and undeniably real. From the shadowy corners of ancient villages to the flickering candlelit rooms of long-forgotten castles, the whispers of the undead have sent shivers down the spines of countless generations. A chill settles in the air, and the very thought of what lurks beyond the grave raises the hairs on the back of the neck. What if the darkness held secrets far more sinister than mere tales? In the dim light of history, the concept of the vampire arises, a creature born not just of fiction, but of unsettling truths, fears, and cultural echoes that resonate throughout time. The very first mentions of blood-drinking beings can be traced back to civilizations that existed thousands of years ago. In ancient Mesopotamia, haunting tales of the Ekimu spoke of restless spirits who roamed the earth, feeding on the life force of the living. These spirits were often believed to be those who had met a tragic end, denied peace in the afterlife. The chill that gripped the land was not just the cold of the night, it was the fear of the nightwalkers who could rise from their graves. In the heart of Europe, legends breathed life into the folklore that would cement the vampire's dark legacy. When the plague swept across the continent in the 14th century, people searched for answers in the unexplainable. Was it fate, or was it the wrath of the undead? In Slavic cultures, the vampire emerged, a creature that rose from its grave, leaving death and decay in its wake. Graves were exhumed, and the bodies were examined for signs of life or unnatural states, often leading to frantic executions of those who were suspected of drawing breath from the living. The stakes driven through the hearts of the dead became symbolic, a desperate attempt to keep the darkness at bay. As the moon hung high and the night deepened, tales of the creatures morphed, taking on nuances unique to each culture. In China, legends spoke of the jiangshi, or hopping vampire, a reanimated corpse that could drain the life from the living with a mere touch. In the cool, damp nights of the Orient, the air was thick with fear as families locked their doors, terrified of the dead who sought warmth and vitality in the living. The stories traveled, morphing and adapting, much like the silvery mist that cloaked the moors, shrouding the truth in the haze of fear and fascination. Over in the Iberian Peninsula, the Strigoi of Romania had its own terrifying tale. Dark figures arose in the folklore, said to walk among the living, preying upon the unsuspecting. The villagers would gather by the flickering firelight, sharing hushed tales of the lost. Those who had been cursed to wander the earth both feared and pitied. Their longing for human connection became twisted. They were both tragic and monstrous, eliciting sympathy as well as horror. The whispers of these creatures traveled from village to village, carried by the winds of trade and conquest until they reached the grand halls of the British elite. The 18th century witnessed a revival of fascination with the dark and the macabre. Gothic literature took shape, capturing imaginations and hearts alike. Writers spun narratives that intertwined love, horror, and immortality, enthralling readers with characters like Count Dracula, who danced between the realms of seduction and terror. The image of the vampire began to solidify, a shadowy figure cloaked in mystery, blood, and desire. But, as the tales echoed through the ages, they were not without their origins in the real world. Historical figures, misunderstood and misrepresented, became intertwined with the vampire mythos. Vlad the Impaler, with his blood-soaked reputation, became synonymous with the vampire image. His gruesome acts, steeped in the violent history of his time, turned him into a figure both revolting and compelling, a man who ruled through fear and a thirst for vengeance. The truth of history became muddied in the tale, as the horror of his actions transformed into a fantastical narrative. As the centuries rolled on, the vampire myth continued to evolve, creeping into the hearts of cultures across the globe. In the depths of Africa, stories of the Asanbosum and Sasabonsum emerged, terrifying tales of creatures that lurked in trees, waiting to ensnare the unwary. They demanded respect and reverence, creatures of the night that served as cautionary tales against the dangers of the forest. The myth was a mirror reflecting society's fears, a tangible representation of the shadows that loomed just outside the safety of the hearth. In the Americas, the vampire myth similarly took root. The chupacabra, though of a different guise, echoed the same sentiments of dread. This creature, with its blood-sucking ways, haunted farms and settlements, leaving a trail of confusion and terror. Even in the modern age, the vampire narrative weaves itself into the fabric of culture, adapting and shifting, a reflection of changing fears and desires. Night after night, as the tales spread, they wove together a tapestry of darkness and intrigue. But the truth of their origins remained elusive. Like a flickering candle in a drafty room, the light could barely pierce the shadows. As the myths grew, so did the fear, and the boundaries of reality and lore blurred. A collective dread began to simmer, an unspoken agreement that perhaps, just perhaps, the creatures of the night were not merely figments of imagination, but reflections of the darkness that lives within us all. Yet, as the moon bathed the world in its ghostly glow, questions lingered in the silence. What truly lies beneath the surface of these tales? Were they merely stories crafted to explain the unexplainable? Or do they echo the haunting truths of humanity, of loss, longing, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness? Within the shadows. The answer waits, an unsettling promise lingering just beyond reach, ready to unfold into the next chapter of fear and fascination. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, shadows danced across the walls of a small mud-brick house. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint metallic tang of blood. Outside, the night hummed with the soft buzz of crickets, but within, the mood was far more sinister. Here, stories were whispered, tales of ancient beings that prowled the dark, creatures that thrived on the life force of the living. Long before the world was familiar with the term vampire, the people of ancient Mesopotamia spun chilling tales of bloodsuckers that haunted their dreams and their nights. These were not mere figments of imagination, but reflections of their deepest fears and the cruel realities of life in a time when death often lingered just a breath away. The Mesopotamians, living between the mighty Tigris and Euphrates rivers, knew that danger lurked in the shadows, and their stories spoke to the very essence of that dread. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the landscape, stories of the Lamashtu echoed in hushed tones. This terrifying demoness, believed to be the offspring of the god Anu, was said to stalk mothers and children, preying on the vulnerable. The very thought of her caused a shiver to run down the spine of anyone who heard her name. With her long, claw-like fingers and an insatiable thirst for blood, she embodied the nightmares that parents whispered about to keep their children close at night. How many mothers, watching the moonlight play on their sleeping babies' faces, felt the chill of Lamashtu's presence? In the bustling streets of Uruk and Babylon, where merchants hawked their wares and children played in the dust, the tales of blood-sucking demons were woven into the fabric of daily life. Here, fear mingled with routine, and stories spread like wildfire, igniting imaginations. The vivid images of these bloodsuckers seeped into the very culture of the time, from the clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform writings to the vibrant murals that adorned the walls of temples and homes. A gripping tale told of the Ekimu, a restless spirit that wandered the earth, thirsting for blood. It was said that the soul of a person who died violently or was denied proper burial would rise as an Ekimu, seeking vengeance on the living. Picture a dim alley, where a passerby could feel an inexplicable chill creeping up their spine, sensing that they were not alone. The Ekimu's presence was palpable, a shadow that lurked just beyond the edges of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. For the Mesopotamians, the lines between the living and the dead were fragile. Their rituals surrounding death were elaborate, aimed at appeasing these restless spirits. They believed that failing to honor the dead could lead to dire consequences, an attack from those hungry for blood, those who could not find peace. Life was often a fragile balance, and each whispered prayer was a plea for safety against the lurking dangers of the night. As the stories continued to spread, they took on lives of their own. Bloodsuckers morphed and changed, adapting to the fears of each generation. There were tales of the vampire that emerged from the shadows at twilight, crossing paths with the unsuspecting. The very thought of a creature that could blend seamlessly into society, appearing as human, yet thriving on the essence of life, sent shudders through anyone who dared to dwell on it. The tale of the bloodsucker became richer, adorned not just with fear, but with a mingling of admiration and horror. The Mesopotamians, with their deep connection to the land and the spirits that roamed it, found a strange allure in the very creatures that terrified them. They created amulets, carved from stone, designed to ward off evil, hoping to protect their families from such dark fates. Each carving was a testament to their fear, yet it also showcased their fierce determination to survive amidst the terror. In temples dedicated to the gods, the priests would chant incantations, weaving spells to protect their communities from the encroaching darkness. The flickering flames of the sacred fires illuminated their faces, revealing a mix of resolve and dread. They knew that, in the realm of the unseen, the boundary between life and death was perilously thin. As the echoes of their chants faded into the night, the stories carried on, transforming with each retelling. They became warnings, reminders of the dangers that lurked in the dark corners of their lives. With every shadow that passed, with every creak of the walls, the fear grew, a tangible presence that seeped into the very bones of the people. And yet there was a comfort in sharing these stories. Around campfires and in the quiet of homes, families gathered, their hearts pounding as each tale unfolded. The fear was shared, a collective experience that bound them together. Through their narratives they faced the terrors of the night, refusing to let these bloodsuckers claim their souls without a fight. The nights stretched on, dark and endless, punctuated by the whispers of the past. As the ancient Mesopotamians told their stories, they knew they were not just recounting tales of horror, they were keeping the memory of their ancestors alive. The bloodsuckers became symbols of resilience, a testament to the human spirit's ability to confront even the darkest of fears. Outside, the wind rustled through the date palms, a soft, eerie lullaby that carried the weight of countless stories. Within the hearts of the Mesopotamians, tales of bloodsuckers ignited a spark, a reminder that, as long as they told their stories, they could confront the darkness that threatened to consume them. In the distance, a lone figure moved silently among the shadows, a reminder that even in the light of day, the darkness was ever present, its whispers echoing in the air. And so the stories continued, weaving a tapestry of fear and hope that transcended the ages, connecting the past with the present, forever binding the living to the legends of bloodsuckers that haunted their dreams. In the still of the night, when the moon hangs low and the winds whisper secrets through the cracked windows of ancient Mesopotamian homes, a chilling presence stirs. She is both beautiful and terrifying, draped in shadows that flicker like candle flames. Lilitu, the name echoes like a haunting melody, sending shivers down the spines of those who utter it. To the Sumerians, she was not just a demon, but an embodiment of fear, desire, and the unknown, prowling the edges of dreams and nightmares alike. Born from the primordial chaos, Lilitu emerged when the world was still fresh, a creature of the night with long, flowing hair and piercing eyes that could captivate even the most iron-willed. As the legends say, she possessed an alluring charm, drawing men into her web as easily as a spider traps its prey. Her laughter was like the tinkling of distant bells, sweet yet suffused with a sinister undertone, warning of the darkness that lay behind her enchanting smile. In the ancient city of Uruk, where the air was thick with incense and the scent of blossoming date palms, tales of Lilitu haunted the streets. Mothers cautioned their children to stay close, to avoid the shadows that lingered too long, for if they wandered alone at night, it was said Lilitu would come for them. Young men shared whispered stories in hushed tones, daring one another to summon her spirit. The thrill of fear intertwined with the allure of the unknown made Lilitu a figure both feared and idolized. But what drove this complex demon? Lilitu was said to be a figure of vengeance, a spirit scorned by men who had wronged her. In a world where women were often silenced, her anger took shape, manifesting as a force that would not be ignored. Tales of her wreaking havoc on unsuspecting lovers and punishing unfaithful partners spread like wildfire. The very idea that a woman could possess such power was both captivating and terrifying, and it left an indelible mark on the psyche of the Sumerian people. In the dim light of flickering torches, priests would offer prayers and sacrifices, hoping to appease her wrath and avoid her vengeful gaze. They carved her image into clay tablets, depicting her with wings and talons, a reminder of her duality. She was a mother too, but one who stole children from their mothers, a dark goddess of fertility and destruction. Her figure loomed large in the minds of those who felt the weight of their own vulnerabilities, a personification of the fears that festered in the quiet corners of their hearts. As night fell, the temples became places of worship and terror. Women would gather, their voices a chorus of both reverence and dread, recounting tales of Lilitu's encounters. One story spoke of a young bride, radiant and full of joy, whose laughter was cut short by the shadow of Lilitu. The bride had dared to defy the traditional roles, seeking love for herself rather than allowing it to be dictated by family. In her quest for freedom, she unwittingly summoned the demon, who appeared in her dreams, seducing her with whispers of promise before leaving a trail of despair in her wake. The haunting melody of that tale echoed through the ages, morphing into warnings shared by mothers to their daughters. "Do not stray too far from the path," they would say, their eyes wide with fear, for the Lilitu watches. And as the years passed, her legend transformed, blending with other cultures, taking on new shapes and forms, yet retaining that same chilling essence. In the dimly lit corners of taverns, men gathered, sharing their encounters with the Lilitu. Some claimed she had visited them in the dead of night, her breath warm against their skin, luring them into a trance. Others told of her eyes, glowing like embers, piercing through their bravado. Each tale sent shivers through the crowd, igniting both fear and fascination. From warriors to scholars, all were ensnared by her power, unable to escape her influence. The allure of darkness played on their minds, as did the question of how much of Lilitu was real and how much was mere imagination. Was she merely a figment of their fears, or did her presence linger in the air, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? The tension was palpable, crackling like static electricity as each storyteller sought to one-up the last, weaving increasingly intricate legends. In the shadows, Lilitu smiled, reveling in the chaos. She thrived on the emotions she stirred, the fear that coursed through their veins, the longing for something that danced just out of reach. To her, these tales were not just warnings but an affirmation of her power. She was an eternal presence, a reminder of the darkness that lay beneath the surface of every heart, of the desires that remained unfulfilled and the fears that lingered far too long. As night deepened, the stories grew darker still. The air thickened with an electric tension, as if the very atmosphere anticipated her arrival. There was a sense of foreboding, a feeling that something was lurking just at the edge of the light. The patrons glanced over their shoulders, half expecting Lilitu to materialize before them, her laughter echoing, drawing them into her seductive embrace. And just like that, the stories folded into one another, blending fear with fascination, the ancient past with the present. The air remained heavy with the scent of incense and the whispers of those who had come before. Each tale was a thread, weaving a tapestry of emotions that spanned centuries, binding the hearts of all who dared to listen. Lilitu, the relentless, the beguiling, wove her spell tighter, a force that transcended time, making sure the night never ended, only transformed, waiting to ensnare the next unwitting soul. In the shadow of the great pyramids where the sun dipped low and painted the sky with shades of crimson, an unsettling presence lingered. Whispers drifted through the air, speaking of ancient beings that walked among mortals, their desires intertwined with the very essence of life and death. The people of Egypt knew fear and reverence, for they lived beneath the watchful eyes of gods who craved more than mere worship. They hungered for the vital force that coursed through their veins. Isis, the mother goddess, was revered for her nurturing spirit, but beneath her gentle exterior lay a fierce protector. Her stories told of love and loss, of resurrecting her husband Osiris from the clutches of death. Yet, lurking in the shadows of her tale was a darker truth. The rituals she conducted were not just for the living. They were steeped in ancient rites that sought to bridge the divide between the living and the dead. As she gathered the sacred herbs and whispered incantations, one could sense her power rising, an intoxicating allure that beckoned the souls of those trapped in the netherworld. The air thickened, and the very earth trembled as she called forth energies that could drain the vitality from the living, drawing it back to herself, back to Osiris. Then there was Sekhmet, the lioness goddess embodying war and vengeance. Her fierce roar echoed like thunder, and her gaze burned with a hunger for blood. Stories told of her insatiable appetite, a desire to consume not just enemies but the life force of her own followers. In the heat of battle, as arrows flew and swords clashed, the worshippers believed that her favor could be gained through sacrifice. Yet it was not just the blood of foes that she craved. It was the very essence of life that coursed through every heartbeat, every breath. In a frenzy, she prowled the battlefield, an unstoppable force fueled by the lifeblood of the fallen, and her followers trembled, caught between devotion and dread. Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the underworld, stood as the gatekeeper between realms, a deity whose presence alone could chill the heart. He judged the souls of the departed, weighing their hearts against the feather of Maat. Yet, what many did not realize was that Anubis thrived on the fear of the living. His rituals demanded the blood of the sacrifices, their essence poured out in offerings to keep the scales balanced. The living, bound by their mortality, could only hope that Anubis would grant them favor, for his delight in the macabre was insatiable. In the stillness of the night, one could almost hear the distant echoes of the wailing souls he shepherded, an unsettling lullaby that would haunt the dreams of those who dared to forget the fragility of life. And then there was the mysterious figure of Set, the god of storms and chaos. His very essence was entwined with darkness, a force that thrived on discord and despair. Set's followers understood the danger of his volatile nature, knowing he reveled in the chaos of the night when the moon hung low and shadows grew long. But in the quiet moments, as they gathered to pay homage, there was a thrill that rippled through them, a reckless excitement that came with invoking a being who could tear apart the very fabric of reality. They whispered his name, and in return, he promised power and strength, but at what cost? Set's hunger for life was not just for blood. He sought the very fabric of existence, pulling at the threads of fate to weave his dark tapestry. These gods and goddesses, with their vampiric thirst for life, shaped the beliefs and fears of the ancient Egyptians. Temples were built in their honor, adorned with intricate carvings that spoke of their prowess and desires. The walls echoed with chants, and the air was thick with incense, blending the scent of offerings with the desperation of mortals seeking favor. But as the sun set and shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, the line between reverence and dread blurred, casting a spell over the faithful who offered their lives, their blood, and their very souls to these ancient beings. In the quiet of the tombs, where the scent of earth mingled with the lingering whispers of the past, the legacy of these vampiric deities did not fade. Instead, it was woven into the very fabric of Egyptian culture, filling rituals with an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of those who participated. Every grain of sand that fell from the hands of the priests carried stories of life stolen and life given, a cycle that had no clear beginning or end. The dark undercurrents of these tales whispered of a world where the balance of life and death was perpetually in flux, each moment a heartbeat away from chaos. As evening cloaked the desert, the moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow over the land. The ancient sands seemed to pulse with a life of their own, echoing with the laughter and cries of centuries past. Those who dared to tread near the sacred sites felt the weight of unseen eyes upon them, the echoes of long-forgotten ceremonies stirring an unease deep within. The very ground beneath their feet throbbed with the pulse of ancient magic, a reminder that the gods had not forgotten their thirst. And so, as the stars blinked awake in the dark expanse overhead, the ancient stories of vampiric gods and goddesses continued to unfold. The tapestry of Egypt was rich with tales of life and death, of sacrifice and power, forever intertwined in a dance that blurred the lines of mortality. The allure of the unknown tugged at the hearts of the curious, drawing them closer to the edge of a precipice where fear and fascination collided. With every beat, it became clear that the past was not just a fading memory. It was a living, breathing entity, waiting to reclaim its place in the world, waiting to be felt once more. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced along the stone walls of an ancient temple. The air was thick with the weight of whispered legends, tales carried on the lips of those who dared to speak of what lay beyond the veil of death. Here, the boundary between life and the afterlife was thin, a gossamer thread ready to snap, revealing the horrors that resided just beyond. Ancient Greece was a land filled with the echoes of the departed, reverberations of souls who had not quite left, who lingered in the realms of myth as revenants. The stories of the undead rose from the very soil of this storied land, where the spirits of heroes and villains walked once more among the living. It was said that the restless dead could return, not just as specters to haunt the living, but as something more sinister, driven by unresolved desires or vengeance. The Greeks believed the underworld was not a final destination, but a place where souls could become lost, fighting against their fate, and their stories still found ways to creep into the hearts of the living. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a shroud of darkness enveloped the city of Athens. The eerie silence was pierced by the distant sound of a mournful wail, echoing through the alleyways. A figure cloaked in tattered robes emerged, eyes glowing with an unnatural light. This was not just a ghost. This was a revenant, a spirit that had returned with a purpose, perhaps to finish what it started when it first walked the earth. The stories told of their hunger, a hunger for recognition, for revenge, or simply the need to be remembered. Tantalus, once a king of Lydia, was a man whose insatiable appetite for power and wealth had led to his eternal torment. As part of his punishment in the underworld, he stood forever just out of reach of the very fruits and water he craved, forever tantalized by his desires. But in the twilight, whispers spoke of him rising from the shadows, roaming the mortal realm in search of a living soul to share his cursed fate. Those who encountered him felt an icy breath on the nape of their neck and a sudden aching emptiness in their hearts, as if they too became part of his insatiable hunger. Then there was the tale of the restless Agamemnon, the great leader of the Greek forces in the Trojan War. When he returned home, he was betrayed, murdered by his own wife. His spirit, filled with rage and despair, walked the earth, seeking justice for his untimely demise. Many reported seeing a figure draped in blood-stained robes, his eyes filled with a haunting fury. Those who gazed upon him were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were staring into the abyss of their own mortality. Agamemnon's presence reminded the living of the thin line between honor and betrayal, between life and death. As the night deepened, stories would twist and turn, like the winding paths of the underworld itself. The tale of Eurydice and Orpheus hung heavy in the air. Orpheus, the gifted musician, had ventured into Hades to retrieve his beloved Eurydice after she had been bitten by a snake and taken from him. His love was so profound that it stirred even the cold heart of Hades. Yet, as he led her back to the world of the living, he turned to look back at her, breaking the one command given to him. In that moment, Eurydice vanished, and her sorrow echoed through the ages. It was said that the grief of lost love could manifest as a revenant, wandering the earth, singing songs of longing that echoed through darkened streets. In the marketplaces of Athens, tales of the undead spread like wildfire, igniting fears and curiosity in equal measure. Nightfall brought with it the chilling stories of restless souls, their cries mingling with the sound of the wind, as if pleading for release. The locals spoke in hushed tones of the chthonic deities, the guardians of the underworld, who kept a watchful eye on the living, ensuring that the dead remained undisturbed. Yet, for every soul that found peace, there were those who could not let go, who clung to the warmth of the living world like a moth to a flame. The ancient Greeks believed that proper burial rites were essential to ensure that souls could pass peacefully to the afterlife. Failure to honor the dead could awaken the wrath of these revenants. In the dark corners of forgotten cemeteries, it was said that the neglected graves would sometimes stir, the spirits rising in a whirlwind of dust and sorrow, seeking vengeance against those who had forgotten them. One stormy night, deep in the heart of the Peloponnese, a traveler found himself caught in a terrifying tempest. Seeking refuge in an abandoned ruin, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber adorned with ancient remnants of worship. As lightning illuminated the darkness, he glimpsed the outlines of figures hovering in the shadows, lost souls, their faces twisted in eternal anguish. In that moment, he felt the icy grip of the unknown, as their hollow eyes seemed to beckon him closer, their whispers echoing his name, promising secrets that should never be uncovered. As dawn broke, the traveler emerged, forever marked by the encounter. The stories of revenants and their pull became a part of his being, echoing within him like a haunting melody. He found himself glancing over his shoulder, half expecting to see the sorrowful eyes of the undead watching, waiting for his return. The myths of ancient Greece had burrowed into his soul, intertwining with his thoughts and dreams, a reminder of the fragile line between the living and the dead. Each tale, each whisper, carried the weight of history, threading through the heart of mankind's fears and desires. The revenants of ancient Greece were not just phantoms. They were reflections of humanity itself, tangled in the dark dance between life and death, love and betrayal. Even as the sun rose to dispel the night, the shadows lingered, promising that the stories of the undead would continue to echo through time, forever entwined with the very fabric of existence. As the tales twisted and turned, the living couldn't help but wonder, what stories would tomorrow bring? In the flickering light of 1,000 candles, shadows danced along the walls of the ancient temple, where the air was thick with anticipation and the scent of burnt offerings. The murmurs of the gathered crowd rose and fell like the tide, a palpable wave of energy that spoke of reverence and fear. Tonight marked a significant occasion, a sacred ritual where the essence of life itself would take center stage. Blood, the crimson river that coursed through the veins of all living beings, held a power that transcended the mundane. It connected the earthly existence to the divine. In cultures across the world, blood has always been more than a mere fluid. It was a symbol of life, death, and rebirth. In ancient Egypt, the priests, clad in white linens, would gather by the banks of the Nile. They believed that the river was a gift from the gods, its waters intertwined with the life force of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Each year, they performed rituals involving sacrifice, offering the blood of animals to ensure that the floods would come, that crops would thrive, and that the cycle of life would continue. The crimson droplets splattered across the sacred stones were not just offerings, they were prayers, a bridge connecting the human world to the divine realm. Across the ocean, the Aztec civilization revered blood as the ultimate offering to their sun god, Huitzilopochtli. The heart, once extracted with a swift, practiced hand by the high priest atop the pyramid, was seen as the very essence of humanity and the sustenance for their deities. The blood spilled in the name of the gods was believed to nourish the sun, allowing it to rise each day, illuminating the earth. This ritual was not merely about death, it was a celebration of life, a reminder that sacrifice was woven into the fabric of existence. The warriors, adorned with feathers and paint, would chant and dance, their spirits lifted by the very act of giving life to their gods. In the quiet corners of the earth, in places like the Highlands of Scotland, blood also took on unique meanings. The ancient Celts engaged in symbolic blood rituals to honor their ancestors. A drop of blood, mixed with soil from a sacred site, was believed to bind the living to those who had passed. In the misty mornings, families would gather under the watchful eyes of ancient stones, sharing stories of their lineage while tracing their fingers over the ground, where history and tradition intertwined. Here, blood was a thread that connected generations, a reminder that every heartbeat echoed with the love and sacrifice of those who came before. The echoes of the past resonate in the rituals of the indigenous tribes of North America as well. For them, Blood is sacred and a part of a greater cycle of life. The powwow, a gathering of Native American tribes, often features rituals where blood ties are celebrated. In these moments, the drumming reverberates deep in the chest, and the dance becomes a spiritual release. The blood of ancestors flows through each dancer, echoing their strength and resilience. As they move, they honor the spirits, ensuring that their stories live on, carried forward by each new generation. In ancient Greece, blood was equally revered, though in a more philosophical light. The Greeks understood blood as the essence of the soul. Philosophers pondered the nature of life and death, how the blood that nourished the body also carried the weight of existence. During the Eleusinian Mysteries, sacred rites were performed to honor Demeter and Persephone. The rituals included the symbolic sharing of blood, representing life and death intermingled in an eternal cycle. The initiated would partake in the rituals, awakening their spirits and embracing the mysteries of the afterlife, believing that through blood they could transcend mortality. In the rugged landscapes of ancient Mesopotamia, blood served both as a symbol and a tool for survival. The Sumerians believed that the blood of a god was infused in the soil, giving rise to agriculture and civilization itself. When a harvest was offered, it was accompanied by a blood sacrifice to honor the gods who gave life to their crops. Festivals filled with joy and gratitude erupted in these fertile lands, where the bounty of the earth met the sanctity of blood. Each offering was a sacred promise, an acknowledgement that the cycle of life continued through both giving and taking. As the candles flickered lower in the temple, the atmosphere thickened with emotion. The gathered throng, caught in the web of their collective history, knew that blood held a resonance that echoed throughout time. They understood that it was not merely about the act of sacrifice, but the deep, unbreakable connections forged through it. With every heartbeat, they honored the past, celebrated the present, and whispered hopes for the future. In that moment, the air crackled with energy. Blood flowed through the veins of the earth itself, an ancient rhythm that united all living beings. It was a reminder that every drop, every offering was infused with meaning, crafting a tapestry of existence that intertwined the divine with the human. The crowd held its breath, teetering on the edge of something profound, knowing that this ritual was not an ending, but a bridge leading to a new understanding, a passage that would continue to unfold as history moved forward, leaving its haunting echoes in the chambers of time. In the dim light of a flickering lantern, the village lay still, cloaked in a shroud of dusk. Shadows twisted and turned, whispering secrets of ages long past. Lurking just beyond the edge of the trees, a creature stirred, its presence woven into the very fabric of Philippine folklore. The aswang. This was no ordinary monster. It was an entity born of fear, a reflection of humanity's darkest instincts. For generations, villagers had spoken of the aswang in hushed tones, their voices trembling with a mix of dread and fascination. The creature was said to shift shape, morphing from a beautiful woman by day into a grotesque beast under the pale moonlight. To witness her transformation was to invite madness, a fate worse than death. They believed that she was drawn to the vulnerable, particularly pregnant women, sensing their fear like a predator tracking its prey. The aswang thrived in the shadows, preying on the unsuspecting, and each tale spun tighter the web of terror that enveloped the people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a mother held her child close, humming a soft lullaby. Her voice was a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness, but deep down she knew the tales. The aswang was hungry tonight. In some villages, families would leave old food outside, a meager offering to placate her hunger, a desperate attempt to spare themselves from her ghastly appetite. But offerings seldom worked. The aswang was a cunning being, known for its guile and relentless pursuit of the living. As the night deepened, the air turned thick, heavy with anticipation, as if the very earth held its breath. Legends said the aswang could glide over the ground, appearing and disappearing like smoke. It was said that at twilight, when the veil between worlds thinned, she would stretch her long, thin arms, allowing her tongue to reach into a house and siphon the essence from those who slept. What was left behind? A lifeless shell, vacant and cold. Heartbeats quickened in the village, and a palpable fear settled over the rooftops like a dark fog. But it was not just the terror of her shape-shifting nature that haunted the people. It was the betrayal woven into her very being. She was not merely a monster, she was a reflection of the darkest parts of humanity. A woman scorned, a lover betrayed, a mother forced to choose between life and death. As tales went, the aswang was once a beautiful, loving figure, cherished and adored. Yet heartbreak twisted her soul, molding her into the creature she had become. The elders spoke of her origins, threading together the stories of old. They warned of her signature sound, the eerie, mournful cry that echoed through the night, a siren's call that entranced the unwary. When that sound pierced the stillness, children would cling to their mothers, eyes wide with fear, while adults would cast worried glances at the horizon, questioning whether the aswang was near. In the folds of this folklore lay the collective memory of a people who had endured through trials and tribulations. Each story told around the fire was a warning, a reminder of the fragility of life. Families huddled closer together, sharing tales of bravery, love, and loss, but the aswang lingered in each narrative, a specter haunting their minds. On a particularly starlit night, a young girl named Maria ventured outside, her curiosity outweighing her fear. She had heard the tales, but the thrill of the unknown lured her into the shadows. The cool night air wrapped around her like a cloak, and her heart raced as she wandered deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a chilling cry echoed through the trees, sending shivers down her spine. It was the aswang's call, haunting and beautiful, a melody of despair that resonated in her bones. Maria knew she should turn back, but something deep within urged her forward. She followed the sound, her footsteps light against the forest floor, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. At the center stood a figure cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and swaying. Maria's breath caught in her throat as she realized the truth. The aswang was more than a monster. She was a tragic tale of a woman lost to sorrow. The creature turned, revealing a face that was both beautiful and horrifying. The aswang's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, and in that moment, Maria understood the depths of her sadness, the pain of betrayal that had transformed her into a creature of the night. The villagers' fear was justified, yet Maria saw beyond it. She saw the loneliness that festered inside the creature's heart. As the moon hung high, illuminating the clearing with an ethereal glow, Maria felt an unexplainable connection with the aswang. In the flicker of her lantern, the girl's own shadow danced beside the creature's. The line between fear and empathy blurred, emotions intertwining like the roots of ancient trees. Maria reached out, her small hand trembling, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and compassion. Suddenly, the moment shattered. A rustle in the bushes interrupted the silence, and the aswang's demeanor shifted from sorrow to hostility in an instant. Maria's heart raced as she realized the danger had arrived. With a primal instinct, the creature lunged forward, but this time, it was not for Maria. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the trees. And out of the darkness emerged a group of villagers armed with crude weapons, their faces twisted with fear and determination. The tension in the air thickened, suffocating every breath. The aswang's wild eyes flared with menace as she prepared to defend herself against the encroaching threat. Maria felt torn, trapped between two worlds, the innocent girl and the monster filled with pain. She could see her reflection in the aswang's gaze, recognizing the flicker of humanity that still lingered beneath the layers of fear. A battle brewed, but not just between the aswang and the villagers. It was a struggle within the hearts of the onlookers, too. Fueled by fear, they charged forward, their cries echoing through the night, but Maria stepped in, a fragile light against the tide of darkness. Her voice, small yet resolute, broke through the chaos, a plea for understanding. "Wait," she shouted, her words trembling yet fierce. She could feel the weight of the stories pressing down on her, the histories of heartbreak and loss. "She's not just a monster. She's a woman. She's hurting." For a fleeting moment, all eyes turned to her, confusion and surprise washing over their faces. But the Aswang, sensing her momentary reprieve, remained unfazed, eyes darting between the girl and the villagers. The tension hung palpably in the air, a moment suspended in time. The world on the brink of transformation. And in that heartbeat, every tale, every nightmare, every shred of humanity collided in a dance of fate. The night was far from over, and the story of the Aswang was only just beginning. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver coin balancing precariously on the edge of darkness. As villagers tucked themselves safely into their homes, a chill whispered through the air, a warning that echoed with tales of the Churals. These spectral women, said to roam the desolate paths and forgotten corners of South Asia, were not mere figments of fevered imaginations. They were the restless spirits of those wronged in life, their thirst for vengeance leading them to prey upon the unsuspecting. In ancient times, the Churals were once ordinary women, possibly wives or mothers, living mundane lives until tragedy struck. Betrayed by husbands or abandoned by families, their souls transformed into vengeful entities, their beauty twisted into something grotesque. They were said to have long, unkempt hair that hung like black curtains, hiding their disfigured faces and sharp teeth that glimmered in the pale light. This was not just a story for children. It was a warning, a lesson etched in the collective memory of communities. The folklore surrounding the Churals is as rich as the land they haunt. In the villages of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, women would gather around flickering lamps, sharing tales of the Chural's wrath. It was said that she could change her form, taking on the guise of a beautiful woman to lure men away from their homes. Once her prey was entangled in her web, the true horror would unfold. Her feet, often described as backward-facing, would reveal her true identity as she led them to their demise, a chilling reminder that beauty can mask unspeakable horrors. On stormy nights when the wind howled like a lost soul, many would hear faint cries echoing through the fields. Some claimed these were the mournful wails of the Churals, lamenting their lost lives, while others believed they were luring men into the dark embrace of the forest. The tension was palpable. Even the bravest of men felt a shiver creep up their spines at the thought of encountering one of these ghostly figures. Historically, the stories of the Churals served as reflections of societal issues. In a time when women had few rights and were often treated as property, the Churals became symbols of resistance. They represented the fury of the oppressed, channeling the pain and anger of countless women who had suffered injustice. These legends were not just about horror, they were about survival and the fight for dignity. In the small village of Kachwa, a young girl named Lila listened intently to her grandmother's tales. With wide eyes and a mixture of fear and fascination, she absorbed every word, every ominous detail. As Lila grew, the stories became warnings. She learned to navigate the world with care, aware that a woman's honor was fragile, easily shattered by the whims of those in power. The Churals, she thought, were not just monsters, they were echoes of every woman who had faced betrayal. One fateful night, as Leela made her way home from a neighbor's house, the air thickened with an unwelcoming silence. The usual sounds of crickets and rustling leaves were replaced by an eerie stillness that pricked at her senses. It was then she saw her, a figure standing at the edge of the woods, illuminated by the waning moonlight. Her long hair flowed like shadows, and her eyes glinted with a deadly allure. Every tale Lila had heard suddenly surged forth in her mind, flooding her with both terror and intrigue. "What are you afraid of, child?" the figure asked, her voice like a soft caress, yet laced with an underlying menace. Do you not see the injustice around you? I can help you make them pay. Lila felt a shudder coursing through her, a visceral reaction that urged her to flee, yet she found herself rooted to the spot. In that moment, she understood. The churl was both a terror and a reflection of her own fears. The stories that had once seemed mere folklore were now alive in front of her, presenting a choice that trembled with possibility and peril. Across the region, whispers of the churls grew louder, tales of their hauntings blending with reports of missing men. Some villagers claimed to have seen them flitting through the trees, their laughter mingling with the rustling of leaves. It was impossible to determine truth from fiction, and the fear that gripped the community was palpable. Men began to stay indoors at night, hesitant to step outside lest they encounter the wrath of these vengeful spirits. Elders recounted the origins of the churls, weaving historical threads into their stories. They spoke of ancient customs and rituals that had once honored women, and how the gradual erosion of these practices had led to the rise of such dark folklore. It was a chilling reminder of what happened when societies failed to recognize the strength and worth of their women. The churls stood as guardians of that forgotten truth, punishing the indifferent, the cruel, and the unjust. As Lila stood frozen, face to face with the specter, she felt a surge of courage through her veins. "What do you want from me?" she found herself asking, her voice steadier than she expected. "I want to help, but at what cost?" The churl smiled, revealing her deadly teeth, the moonlight only enhancing her haunting beauty. "Join me, and together we shall rewrite the stories of those who wronged us. They will know fear as we have known it." The air around them crackled with raw energy, and within Lila, a war raged between fear and a deep-seated desire for justice. She thought of her mother, her friends, every woman who had suffered in silence, and in that moment the choice became clear. The chill of the night wrapped around her like a cloak, and she felt the weight of the countless souls who had come before her, their stories intertwining with her own. In that dark forest, with the churl beckoning, the line between the past and present blurred, and the night promised to engulf them both in a whirlwind of blood and vengeance. The legend of the churls was about to gain a new chapter, one that would echo through the annals of time, igniting fear and fascination for generations to come. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, in a quiet Romanian village, shadows whisper secrets of the night. The air is thick with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. Here, in the shadow of the Carpathian Mountains, local folklore speaks of a creature that walks among the living, a being that embodies the very essence of fear, the strigoi. Legends tell of a man named Ion, a farmer whose life was tragically cut short. He had been a faithful husband, a loving father, and a hard worker. But jealousy and betrayal crept into his life, and one fateful night he was struck down by the very people he trusted. They buried him in haste, under the light of a waning moon, their hearts heavy with guilt and fear. Little did they know, their actions would awaken something dark and ancient. As the villagers went about their days, they had no idea that Ion's spirit, twisted by rage and sorrow, would rise again, restless and hungry for vengeance. Days turned into weeks, and strange occurrences began to unsettle the village. Livestock went missing, crops failed unexpectedly, and whispers of the undead began to circulate among the townsfolk. The elders, with their lined faces and eyes that seemed to hold the weight of centuries, gathered to discuss the ominous signs. "It is the work of the strigoi," they murmured, their voices shaking with age and fear. They spoke of how the strigoi could drain the life force from the living, leaving them weak and pale, just as Ion had once been in life. But what truly sent shivers down the spines of the villagers were the tales of how to recognize a strigoi. They told of a coldness in the air, a feeling of being watched, and the unmistakable scent of decay. The strigoi could appear as a loved one, a haunting visage that drew in the unsuspecting, To see the face of a strigoi was to flirt with death itself, and soon the villagers began to worry about their own shadows. One night, a young woman named Eliza, who had always been curious about the world beyond her small village, decided to venture into the woods. She had heard the tales, but dismissed them as mere superstition, a means for the elders to keep the youth in line. But as she walked deeper into the forest, the air grew heavy, and unease crept into her heart. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches twisting into claw-like shapes in the dim light. Suddenly, she heard a rasping sound, like fingers dragging against the bark of a tree. Eliza's heart raced. Was it just her imagination? Or was someone, or something, following her? She turned quickly, her eyes scanning the darkness, and there, lurking just beyond the reach of the moonlight, she saw a figure. A pale, gaunt face with hollow eyes stared back at her, a visage both familiar and foreign. It was Ion, or what was left of him. Panic surged through Eliza's veins. She could barely breathe as she stumbled backward, the ground crunching beneath her feet. The tales of the strigoi flooded her mind, how they could mesmerize the living, how they craved the warmth of human blood. She was caught in their gaze, a moth drawn to a flame. As she turned to flee, she could feel a bone-chilling cold wrapping around her like a shroud. But the village was not far. She ran faster than she ever had, her heart pounding like a war drum. The shadows danced around her as if mocking her terror, and behind her, she could hear the sound of footsteps, soft yet relentless. When she reached the village, she burst into the square, breathless and wild-eyed. "It's real! The strigoi is out there," she cried, but the villagers did not believe her. They had grown numb to the tales, dismissing them as old wives' tales. Yet, as the nights wore on, her warnings took root, and fear began to fester among them. A meeting was called. The elders, their faces grave, spoke of how to confront the strigoi. They shared ancient rituals and the need for vigilance. Garlic at the door, iron stakes at the ready, these were the weapons of choice against the undead. Yet deep down a sinister question loomed. How could one fight against something that could wear the face of a loved one? As the moon hung low, a chilling wind swept through the village, and one by one, the livestock began to die, drained of life, their eyes wide with terror. Eliza, now fully aware of the danger, could feel the tension rising. Each evening she would sit by her window, clutching a clove of garlic, searching the darkness for signs of Ion. The villagers began to whisper about her, concerned for her sanity, yet they could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Then, on a stormy night, the sky lit up with flashes of lightning. Thunder rumbled like an angry beast, and in that chaos, the strigoi struck. It was not Ion that they first saw, but a figure cloaked in darkness, its voice a haunting echo. "I was betrayed, but I am not gone. You cannot escape me." The villagers screamed, their dreams shattered by the truth they had long denied. The strigoi had come for them, its thirst for vengeance unquenchable. As fear gripped the village, Eliza knew that the only way to put the restless spirit to rest was to confront her own fears. She had to face Ion, the man she remembered, to understand the pain that twisted him into this monster. As she approached the graveyard, the air turned icy, and the earth seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Shadows flickered, and a familiar figure stepped forward, his features obscured by darkness. "Why have you come?" Ion's voice was both a whisper and a roar, echoing through her mind. "You understand nothing." Her heart heavy with sorrow and determination, Eliza stood firm. "I know you were wronged, Ion, but this isn't the way. You can find peace." With each word, she felt the weight of his sorrow pressing down upon her, the pain of betrayal coursing through the air. The struggle between light and darkness raged around them, each moment stretching into eternity. In that decisive instant, the fate of the village hung in the balance, and Eliza realized that to confront the strigoi was to confront the very essence of fear itself. Would she find the strength to save both herself and the tortured soul that had once been her friend, or would they all succumb to the grip of the undead? As the storm raged overhead, the boundary between the living and the dead began to blur, and the night deepened, wrapping its cold fingers around the village. A chill ran through the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like whispers on the ancient streets of a forgotten village. The call to prayer echoed softly, but beneath it lay an unsettling silence, thick with the weight of untold stories. In these moments, when night's veil draped over the world, the legends of jinn and their dark kin resurfaced, entangling the living and the spectral in a thrilling embrace. Long before the tales of modern vampires captivated imaginations, the jinn roamed the sands and skies of the Middle East, powerful beings born of smokeless fire. They were not mere spirits. They were entities of vast knowledge and unpredictable whims, capable of great benevolence or unfathomable malice. To the common folk, the jinn represented both salvation and doom, an embodiment of nature's capriciousness that could bless with fortune or curse with torment. As stories of bloodsuckers and creatures of the night began to weave into the cultural fabric, the jinn's role evolved. They whispered secrets into the ears of those who dared to listen, guiding the wayward souls toward darkness. In shadowy corners of the ancient bazaars, old men spoke in hushed tones about a creature called the ghoul, a sinister being that prowled the graveyards and feasted on the flesh of the dead. But those who listened closely would realize that the ghoul was merely a servant of the jinn, a puppet dancing on strings of fear and desire. The air crackled with tension as the stories took shape under the flickering lantern light. A woman named Layla, consumed by despair over her lost love, found herself wandering the labyrinthine alleys of Baghdad. She sought comfort in the tales of her ancestors, spiraling deeper into a world where the lines between the mundane and the mystical blurred. It was here that she stumbled upon a crumbling manuscript, whispers of a jinn bound to a cursed existence, eternally searching for a heart to devour. The ink seemed to shimmer with malevolence, and as she read, her heart raced. The tale promised power and immortality, but at a terrible price. In another time, in a village shadowed by ancient mountains, the legend of the vampire-like jinn, known as the shaitan, took root. Villagers spoke of those who strayed too far in search of the forbidden, only to return forever changed. Their eyes would gleam like embers in the night, and their laughter would send shivers down spines. The shaitan was said to be a jinn who thrived on despair, transforming its victims into creatures of the night, eternally longing for the warmth of human blood. The villagers whispered that to invite the shaitan into one's heart was to invite in eternal darkness. As the night deepened, tales of the jinn intertwined with the tales of the undead. Some claimed that the jinn could grant wishes, but those wishes often twisted with unforeseen consequences. A desperate king might wish for eternal life, unknowingly surrendering his soul to a vampiric fate. It was said that the jinn would grant his wish, and he would rise each night, cursed to wander the shadows and hunger for blood, a pale reflection of the man he once was. In the flickering light of the fire, a storyteller recounted the tale of a young girl named Yasmin, who, lured by the promises of an alluring jinn, traded her innocence for beauty. The jinn transformed her into a vision of ethereal grace, but as the moon waxed and waned, she felt an insatiable thirst for the life force of others. Yasmin became a creature of the night, a vision of both beauty and terror, wandering the streets in search of sustenance, leaving behind a trail of sorrow. Her name echoed through the ages, a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separated the humans from the jinn, the living from the eternal. Amidst these tales, the jinn's influence crept into every corner of society. Healers and scholars often invoked these beings, seeking their wisdom to cure ailments or unveil mysteries. Yet there were those who warned of the price. The jinn, ever cunning, demanded more than just reverence. They desired the essence of the soul. The allure of knowledge often came hand in hand with the darkness of transformation, leaning dangerously close to the edge of a vampire's thirst. The moon hung high, casting a silver glow that illuminated the desolate landscape where another story awaited. A traveler named Omar, who had heard whispers of a hidden jinn that could restore life. Desperate to reclaim his lost love, he navigated the treacherous sands, unaware that the jinn's gifts came tethered with shadows. As the story unfolded, Omar's desire twisted into a haunting symphony of longing and regret. In his quest for resurrection, he unwittingly became entangled with the darker facets of the jinn, sealing his fate as a harbinger of doom. With every word spoken, the tension thickened, and the boundaries between the jinn and the vampiric creatures blurred further, creating an intricate web of horror and fascination. The stories of the jinn and their connections to the vampiric lore breathed life into the night, filling the air with an electric anticipation. Each tale danced on the tip of the tongue, a spellbinding reminder of the power of belief and the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. As the last flicker of the fire succumbed to the night, the villagers fell silent, lost in the depths of their thoughts. Shadows stretched long, and the air shimmered with unspoken fears. The jinn, those enigmatic beings, remained at the edge of their consciousness, a haunting presence, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Tales of blood, sorrow, and unending desire swirled like a storm, refusing to be contained. The night deepened, but the stories surged on, each one more gripping than the last, as the line between myth and reality blurred, leaving hearts racing and minds ignited by the unknown. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the village. The villagers whispered, eyes darting towards the shadows that danced between the trees. Lurking among them, a figure moved, silent and hungry. Tales of bloodsuckers had woven their way through the fabric of African cultures, each story more chilling than the last. Night fell heavy, and with it, the haunting specters of ancient beliefs rose to life. Across the continent, the myths of vampire-like creatures manifested, echoing the fears and realities of the times. In the heart of West Africa, the legends of the Asanbosum thrived. This creature was no mere figment of imagination. It was a nightmarish being with iron teeth and hooks for feet, waiting patiently in the treetops for unwary travelers. When one wandered too close, the Asanbosum would drop down in a flurry of claws and fangs, draining the life from its victim with an insatiable thirst. Villagers, fearful of the shadows above, would whisper warnings to children, instilling a dread that kept them close to home. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of East Africa, the Ndogo emerged, a spirit of the night that embodied an even darker fear. The Ndogo was said to be a restless soul, a being who had once walked the earth as a human, now cursed to roam after death. Stories of the Ndogo sent shivers down spines, its hunger so profound that it could drain the very essence of a person just by a mere touch. The elders recounted tales of men and women who had vanished without a trace, leaving only whispers of the Ndogo swirling through the village, the air thick with unease. Children would clutch their parents tight, trembling at the thought of wandering too far into the night. In southern Africa, the myth of the Impundulu, or lightning bird, took flight. A creature so powerful that it could summon storms while feeding on the blood of its victims. It was said to be summoned by witches, a harbinger of doom that struck fear into the hearts of those who dared cross paths with someone who dabbled in the dark arts. Stories of the Impundulu echoed through the ages, with the sound of thunder used as a warning to stay indoors. As lightning cracked through the sky, parents would hastily pull their children close, murmuring tales of the bird of prey that not only hunted livestock but also targeted the weak and unsuspecting. While these tales varied from region to region, a common thread stitched them together: the stark fear of the unknown and the inevitability of death. The legends crafted by the hands of fear became as real as the blood that flowed through the veins of their storytellers. The darkness became a character in its own right, a shadow weaving through the narratives of life and death. As colonization swept across Africa, the vampire myths began to morph, absorbing new influences while maintaining their ancient roots. The European vampire lore seeped into the cultural landscape like a creeping fog, bringing with it images of cloaked figures and fanged seducers. Yet, even as these stories mingled with local traditions, they could not erase the deep-seated fears embedded in the culture. The result was a fascinating tapestry of mythology, where the classic vampire became intertwined with the traditional African spirits. In the urban centers, where modernity collided with tradition, tales of vampires took on new forms. The city streets buzzed with rumors of blood-drinking shamans and nocturnal creatures that roamed the alleyways. In the dark corners, the whispers persisted, speaking of those who walked between the realms of life and death, drawing power from the very essence of humanity. The ancient fears still gripped the hearts of generations, fear mingling with fascination, as people shared stories in hushed tones. In a bustling marketplace, an old woman sat weaving baskets, her gnarled fingers moving deftly. Children gathered around her, their faces illuminated by curiosity. "Tell us about the Ndogo," one child begged, eyes wide and innocent. The woman smiled, her voice a thread of mystery. "The Ndogo is patient," she began, drawing the children closer. "It watches, it waits. When night falls, it comes for those who do not heed the warnings." Her voice dropped to a whisper, and the little ones leaned in, their breaths held in suspense. As her story unfolded, the sun dipped lower, darkness creeping in once more. Shadows lengthened, and the world outside the market began to shift. With each word, the atmosphere thickened. The children felt the chill of the night pressing against their skin, hearts pounding in rhythm with the tales of the past. In this world where myths evolved, the stories lived on, bridging generations with threads of fear and intrigue. The village elders continued to pass down their knowledge, and the children listened with rapt attention, absorbing the wisdom and warning woven into each narrative. The legends morphed with the times, yet the essence remained unchanged, a grim reminder that in the stillness of the night, something primal awaited. As they sat there, one child's breath caught in her throat. "What happens if the Ndogo catches you?" she asked, her voice trembling. The old woman paused, her eyes glimmering with the weight of countless stories. The air seemed to hold its breath, and the sounds of the marketplace faded into the background. "If it catches you," she replied slowly, "you may never be seen again." The children gasped, their imaginations running wild, painting vivid pictures of their possible fates. As night enveloped the land, the tales of the past continued to echo in the hearts of those who listened. The stories pulsed with life, energy, and fear, a never-ending cycle that tied the living to the spirits of their ancestors. They were bound together, each narrative a thread in a vast tapestry woven from the very essence of humanity's greatest fears. And as the moon illuminated the village once more, the shadows grew long, rippling with the promise of untold stories still waiting to be shared. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a parchment crumples between trembling fingers. The air is thick with the scent of wax and fear, as tales of the undead seep quietly into the hearts and minds of those gathered in the shadowy corners of Renaissance Europe. It was a time when the line between reality and myth blurred, when the whispers of the dead echoed in every cobblestone alley, and warnings of creatures lurking in the night sent shivers down spines. The allure of immortality had never been more intoxicating, and the notion of a vampire, part monster, part seducer, began its slow, chilling rise through the annals of history. Across the cobbled streets of Venice, merchants exchanged goods beneath the watchful eyes of gargoyles. But as the sun set, their laughter faded, replaced by hushed voices discussing the horrors that prowled the night. The tales of blood drinkers and restless spirits seeped from the east, weaving into the fabric of European folklore. Countless stories emerged, tales of the Strigoi in Romania and the Nosferatu haunting the Carpathian Mountains, each adding to the chilling tapestry of the vampire mythos. In the shadowy halls of the wealthy and influential, an insatiable hunger for knowledge propelled the elite into a frenzy of discovery. Anatomists and philosophers like Paracelsus were unearthing the secrets of the human body, exploring the boundaries of life and death. The resurrection of ancient texts sparked a fire, igniting imaginations long stifled by the darkness of the past. As they dissected cadavers and pondered the mysteries of the soul, the very act of probing the dead fueled tales of undead horrors. The very idea of a vampire began to shift, transforming from mere folklore to a potent symbol of society's deepest fears and desires. Meanwhile, in the twilight of the Austrian countryside, villagers huddled around their hearths, clutching their loved ones as they recounted the chilling stories of the Akimu, those who returned from the grave to feast upon the living. These tales were not just stories. They were warnings, a way to explain the inexplicable deaths that plagued their communities. The bodies of the deceased were treated with calculated fear. Extra nails were driven into coffins, and stakes were prepared for those suspected of not resting peacefully. The fear of the vampire had taken root, blossoming into a panic that spread like wildfire. As the Renaissance grappled with its own burgeoning identity, the allure of the vampire myth grew stronger. The tales that whispered through the streets evoked visceral emotions. The powerful aristocracy began to see themselves in the seductive figures of the vampire, immortal, powerful, and free from the constraints of mortality. The vampire represented the ultimate escape, a dark promise that life could continue even after death. With each retelling, the myth morphed, twisting into a reflection of the desires and anxieties that haunted the masses. In the libraries of Florence, brilliant minds like Machiavelli penned their thoughts on power and control, while the specter of the vampire loomed in the background. It was a time of exploration, as the newly discovered Americas beckoned with tales of unspeakable horrors. Rumors of strange creatures, half dead and half alive, mingled with the tales of ancient Europe. The vampire, once a distant figure confined to folklore, began to mingle with the explorers' narratives, creating a hybrid horror that fascinated and terrified. The plague, that relentless specter, swept through cities, claiming lives without mercy. The connection between disease and death sparked a frenzy of speculation. Could the vampire be more than just a myth? The lingering question hung heavy in the air. Were the dead rising to claim the living? This speculation brought forth wild accusations, and witch hunts became increasingly common. Every unexplained death was another chance to point a finger, to seek vengeance against those who were perceived as different or unnatural. The vampire became a vessel for society's fears, an embodiment of the unknown. As the myth migrated, it found a home in art and literature. Dark paintings adorned the walls of noble homes, depicting scenes of passion, despair, and the grotesque. Poets spun verses that echoed the heartache of desire and the hunger for something unattainable. The vampire morphed into a figure of tragedy, a lost soul yearning for connection, forever cursed to roam the night. These artistic representations captivated the minds of those who beheld them, drawing them deeper into the mythos that was taking shape in their cultural consciousness. Sculptors carved figures draped in shadows, while playwrights unveiled scripts that explored the darker corners of humanity. The vampire became a lens through which society examined its own fears and desires. In the dimly lit theaters of Paris, actors embodied the vampire's duality, dreadful and alluring, monstrous yet intimately human. Crowds gasped and swooned, the thrill of danger intertwining with the allure of undying love. The myth was no longer just a cautionary tale. It was a reflection of the very soul of Europe, a mirror held up to its triumphs and failures. As whispers of the vampire spread, they crossed linguistic and cultural boundaries, transforming with each retelling. The legends of the East mingled with the fears of the West, creating a new entity entirely, a figure that could both charm and terrify. The vampire was no longer just a creature of folklore, it was a symbol of the eternal struggle between life and death, love and loss, power and vulnerability. In the quiet corners of candlelit taverns, merchants shared tales of unearthly beauty and devastating betrayal. The stories grew bolder with each retelling, each embellishment deepening the entanglement of myth and reality. And as the Renaissance reached its zenith, the vampire's grip tightened, setting the stage for the next phase of its evolution. The legends continued to spread, weaving through the hearts and minds of those who dared to ponder the shadows lurking just beyond the light. The fear and fascination were contagious as the vampire myth prepared to take on a new form, ready to leap into the next chapter of its haunting saga. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow on the crumbling stone walls of an ancient castle. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight as whispers floated through the air, tales of long-forgotten souls who roamed these halls. It was here, in the dark recesses of history, that the seeds of Gothic literature were sown, and with it, the concept of the vampire was forever altered. The year was 1764, when Horace Walpole published The Castle of Otranto, a novel that would ignite the imagination of many. It was a time when the boundaries between reality and the supernatural blurred, and the very essence of fear began to be redefined. Readers found themselves captivated, drawn into a world where gloomy castles, tragic romances, and unspeakable horrors intertwined. The Gothic genre thrived under this veil of darkness, feeding on the fears of the human psyche. A few decades later, a young woman named Mary Shelley would bring her own haunting vision to life. In 1818, she unveiled Frankenstein, a tale of ambition, monstrosity, and the quest for power over life itself. But it was not just the creature that would leave an indelible mark on literature. It was the atmosphere of dread and the exploration of the dark corners of the human experience that resonated deeply with readers. The shadows that filled her pages whispered to the hearts of those who dared to read, laying the groundwork for characters who would haunt the world for centuries to come. As the 19th century unfolded, Gothic literature continued to evolve, with Bram Stoker's Dracula in 1897 marking a pivotal moment. The novel introduced a vampire that was both alluring and terrifying. Count Dracula was not just a bloodsucker, he embodied the fears and desires of a society grappling with change. The Victorian era was a time of sexual repression and moral questioning, and Dracula became a symbol of forbidden desires lurking just out of sight. The novel's haunting imagery, the dark, foreboding castle, the seductive yet dangerous allure of the vampire, carved a path for modern vampires to follow. The influence of Gothic literature on modern vampires is far-reaching, creating a complex tapestry of themes and imagery. The brooding nature of these characters, often caught between their monstrous urges and their longing for connection, echoes the struggles faced by individuals in a world that can feel isolating and unforgiving. They are creatures of the night, yet they possess an uncanny charm that draws others near, much like the stories of old that beckoned readers into the depths of their fears. In the years that followed, the vampire continued to evolve, reflecting the changes in society and culture. The 20th century brought forth new interpretations, from the campy charm of the 1960s Dark Shadows to the seductive allure of Anne Rice's The Vampire Chronicles in the late 1970s. These works maintained the Gothic essence while infusing it with modern sensibilities. Vampires became symbols of rebellion, and their stories explored themes of love, loss, and the quest for identity. The raw emotions that coursed through these narratives resonated with audiences, proving that the monsters of the night were, in many ways, mirrors of humanity itself. Yet, as the 21st century dawned, the vampire faced a new challenge. The emergence of young adult literature brought forth a wave of stories that changed the landscape. No longer were vampires exclusively dark and brooding. They became heroes and romantic leads. Series like Twilight captured the hearts of millions, presenting vampires as misunderstood beings seeking redemption and love in a world that often rejected them. The Gothic influence remained, but it was now intertwined with themes of self-discovery and acceptance, tugging at the heartstrings of a new generation. But beneath the gloss and glamour of these modern interpretations, the raw, haunting essence of Gothic literature still lingers. The shadows of the past echo in every tale, reminding readers of the fears that reside within. The enchanting allure of the vampire, once rooted in the darkness of Gothic narratives, still calls to those who crave a taste of the forbidden. The seductive power of these creatures lies not just in their eternal life, but in their connection to the very human experience of longing and vulnerability. As the moonlight cast its silver beam across the pages of literature, the line between horror and romance continued to blur. The pulse of Gothic literature beat strong, echoing in the stories of vampires who walked the line between love and death. Each character, with their unique struggles and desires, became a reflection of society's ever-changing fears and hopes. The tension between the monstrous and the human, the light and the dark, pulled readers into a cycle of emotions that was hard to shake off. The whispers of the past called out, weaving tales of sorrow and seduction. With each new story, the vampire transformed yet remained deeply rooted in the Gothic tradition. The essence of those shadowy castles, the tragic figures, and the eternal dance between desire and dread were still present, haunting the pages of contemporary works. The Gothic influence, like a dark thread woven through the fabric of time, continued to shape modern vampires in profound ways. As the glow of the moon faded into the dawn, the journey of the vampire was far from over. The pages of history and literature blended, intertwining past and present, casting a spell that few could resist. The heart of the vampire beats on, echoing with every whisper of the night, forever entwined with the Gothic tales that gave them life. And as new stories emerge, they will continue to walk the delicate line between the shadows and the light, forever exploring the depths of human emotion. The allure of the vampire remains, a timeless reflection of our deepest fears and desires, waiting for the next storyteller to breathe life into their dark, enchanting world. The sun hung low in the sky, its fading light casting sinister shadows across the rugged landscape of Wallachia. This was a land steeped in blood and fear, where whispers of terror floated like mist above the hills. It was here that legends were born, and none was more chilling than that of Vlad the Impaler. To the common folk, he was a tyrant, a monster who dined on fear and ruled through terror. But to some, he was a figure cloaked in mystery, a dark hero whose name echoed through the ages, inspiring a myth that transcended time. Vlad III, known as Vlad the Impaler, was born in 1431 in Transylvania, the very cradle of a myth that would come to haunt generations. His early life was anything but ordinary. The son of Vlad II, Dracul, a member of the Order of the Dragon, young Vlad was thrust into a world where loyalty and betrayal danced a deadly waltz. As a hostage in the Ottoman Empire, he learned the harsh lessons of power and survival. The Ottoman court was no playground. It was a den of vipers, and Vlad emerged from it not just a noble but a creature shaped by the fires of agony and resentment. His return to Wallachia marked the beginning of a reign that would be remembered with a mix of horror and fascination. The stories of his cruelty are countless and chilling. He was known to impale his enemies, displaying them as grotesque trophies along the roads leading to his castle. Men, women, and even children fell victim to his wrath, their bodies twisted and broken, left to rot under the relentless sun. This was no mere punishment. It was a proclamation. A warning that the price of defiance was death, agonizing, public, and eternal. As tales of his bloodthirsty reign spread, so too did the myths that began to intertwine with his life. People spoke of him not just as a ruler, but as a creature of the night, a vampire whose thirst for blood could never be quenched. Some claimed to have seen him roaming the darkened forests, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light, his hunger palpable. These stories took root in the imaginations of the people, feeding off their fears and transforming Vlad from a man into a monster. The line between history and folklore began to blur, as if the very fabric of reality was woven with the threads of his cruelty. Yet there was more to Vlad than just the tales of horror. Beneath the facade of a madman, there was strategy. He was a military genius, employing psychological warfare to outmaneuver his enemies. His methods, though brutal, were effective. He fought against the Ottoman Empire, defending his homeland with ferocity. His victories became the stuff of legend, solidifying his status as a warrior prince. The people of Wallachia, despite their terror, revered him for his unyielding spirit against a common foe. But as time passed, the shadow of his legend grew darker. Writers and historians became enchanted with the figure of Vlad, weaving tales that blended fact with fiction. The most famous of these narratives came from Bram Stoker's Dracula, a novel that introduced the world to a vampire inspired by Vlad. The image of the blood-sucking creature became synonymous with his name, overshadowing the reality of the man behind the myth. The real Vlad was not merely a monster, but a complex figure steeped in human emotions, fear, love, and betrayal. In the dimly lit taverns of Romania, locals spoke in hushed tones of Vlad's legacy. In dark corners, older folks recounted stories of his dark deeds, while younger generations listened in rapt fascination. Was he a hero or a villain? The question lingered like the smoke from a dying fire. In a land where loyalty was as fleeting as the morning mist, Vlad's brutal reign became a canvas upon which the colors of folklore were painted. As the centuries rolled on, the tales of Vlad continued to evolve. The legends grew wilder, adding layers of mystique that made him an object of dread and fascination. Some claimed he made pacts with dark forces, trading his soul for eternal power. Others whispered that his thirst for blood was not just a metaphor, but a reality, that he had found a way to cheat death itself. The thrill of such ideas made the heart race, like a chilling breeze that whispered through the trees on a moonless night. Yet, in the midst of all this darkness, there were those who sought to uncover the truth. Historians pored over dusty tomes and ancient manuscripts, trying to separate the man from the monster. What was fact? What was fiction? The struggle to find clarity only deepened the mystery surrounding Vlad. The more they learned, the more questions emerged. Who was he really? A sadistic ruler? A misunderstood warrior? A vampire who walked among the living? As night fell over Wallachia, the castle of Vlad stood silhouetted against the starry sky, a haunting reminder of a legacy that would never fade. Each stone of that fortress seemed to thrum with the echoes of the past, a resonance of suffering and glory intertwined. The wind howled through the crumbling walls, carrying with it the whispers of those who had suffered and died beneath Vlad's iron fist. The very air buzzed with tension, charged with a sense of anticipation, as if the castle itself was a portal between the world of the living and the shadows that lurked just beyond. And so, the tale of Vlad the Impaler continued, a story that twisted and turned through the ages, feeding on fear and fascination. It was a narrative that beckoned to be told, a siren song that called to those brave enough to seek its depths. What lay ahead in the shadows of myth and history? What other horrors? What deeper truths awaited discovery in the realm where reality and folklore collided? The night was still young, and the story was far from over. On a cold winter's night in the early 1600s, The air crackled with a sense of dread. The village of Cactis lay shrouded in darkness, its villagers whispering tales of a woman whose beauty was said to be as enchanting as her soul was chilling. Elizabeth Bathory, the Countess of Cactis, was not merely a noble woman. She had become a specter that haunted the dreams of those who dared to speak her name aloud. As the fires flickered in the hearths of modest homes, tales of the Blood Countess danced through the air like shadows. Whispers spoke of young women who mysteriously vanished, their fates entwined with the sinister mistress of the castle. It was said that Elizabeth, in her quest for eternal youth and beauty, sought the blood of the innocent to preserve her own. The very thought sent shivers down spines, igniting a mix of fear and morbid curiosity that spread through the village like a wildfire. In her grand castle the walls echoed with secrets, and the ornate halls held the weight of unspeakable horrors. Elizabeth was not just a lady of the night, she was a woman trapped in a cage of her own making. Born into nobility in 1560, she was raised amidst luxury, but beneath the surface, darkness brewed. Early in her life, she showed signs of an unusual temperament, a fascination with pain and power. As a young girl, tales emerged of her witnessing brutal acts, shaping her view of the world into something twisted and cruel. As Elizabeth grew older, so too did her desires. Marriage to Ferenc Nadasti, a soldier known for his ruthless tactics, only heightened her appetite for control. His absence on the battlefield left her alone within the castle's cold stone walls, and in that solitude, her mind began to fester. It was said that she sought to preserve her youth by bathing in the blood of young women, believing that their vitality would rejuvenate her own. The more she consumed, the more she craved, a spiraling descent into madness that knew no bounds. The castle became her hunting ground, a place where nightmares took form. Servants were often called to witness the grotesque ceremonies, their eyes widening in horror as they treaded the line between loyalty and survival. In a chamber dimly lit by flickering candles, Elizabeth would summon her victims, luring them with promises of work or riches. They entered with hope, only to find themselves ensnared in a web of terror. Among her victims was a young girl named Anna, whose laughter had once filled the air with joy. Anna was captivated by the tales of the castle, dreaming of wealth and power. But as she stood before Elizabeth, her heart raced with dread. The Countess, adorned in a gown of crimson, looked upon Anna with a predatory gaze. In that moment, the girl understood the truth. Beauty had a darker side. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow across the castle grounds. Inside, screams echoed through the halls, chilling the bones of those who dared to listen. Elizabeth's laughter rang out, a haunting melody that blended with the cries of the innocent. The villagers could only cower in their homes, praying that the night would pass quickly, that the Blood Countess would find her thirst quenched. But Elizabeth was insatiable. Her reign of terror stretched on, with tales of the Countess growing more grotesque with each retelling. As rumors spread, the blood-soaked legend of the woman who bathed in the lifeblood of her victims became ingrained in the very fabric of local lore. It was a tale that would echo through generations, a haunting reminder of the darkness that could lurk behind a facade of beauty. As the years rolled on, Elizabeth's power began to wane. The whispers of dissent grew louder, and the people of Cactis united in their fear and anger. They could no longer remain silent, and soon the fires of rebellion flickered to life, demanding justice for the lost souls. A storm was brewing, and the Countess, once untouchable, found herself caught in a web of her own making. Then, on a fateful winter's eve, the walls of her castle closed in. The authorities, spurred by the growing unrest, stormed the castle with a determination fueled by the bloodshed that had taken place within its walls. Elizabeth was captured, but instead of a sense of defeat, she smiled, her eyes glinting with a madness that had grown unchecked. As she was led away, she clung to her belief that her beauty was eternal, that the blood of her victims had granted her a power that could never be stripped away. The villagers watched in awe and horror, still torn between fear and fascination. They had glimpsed the darkness that lived within her. But now they would bear witness to the unraveling of her legend. In the shadows, her story began to morph from fact into something more, a chilling saga of a woman who defied death, whose name would be etched in history as a monster cloaked in beauty. The court was filled with gasps and murmurs, as Elizabeth defended her actions with the same vigor she had once used to trap her victims. But the tides had turned, and the legends of the Blood Countess would haunt the land long after the last of her blood-soaked nights. As the whispers of her trial spread, they transformed into tales spun by those who dared to imagine her dark world. The Countess, once a figure of power, now became a phantom, a reminder of the fragility of beauty and the depths of human depravity. Her castle, long silent, would stand as a testament to the horrors she inflicted, while the villagers spun stories of revenge and retribution. Little did they know, however, that the darkness within Elizabeth Bathory was far from extinguished. Even as the sun rose on her downfall, her legend thrived, feeding the imaginations of those willing to gaze into the abyss. The tale of the Blood Countess was only beginning, her essence lingering like a whisper in the wind, waiting to ensnare the next curious soul who dared to wander too close. In the still of the night, the air thick with humidity and the scent of damp earth, a figure shuffles along a narrow path, his eyes glazed over, devoid of life. The moon casts eerie shadows of twisted branches on the ground, illuminating the shape of a man who has forgotten who he is. To the villagers watching from the safety of their homes, this is not just a man. He is a zombie, a soul captured by the dark arts of voodoo, and his presence sends chills down their spines. Long before the world knew of the term zombie, there existed the haunting tales of the undead in Haiti, where voodoo, a complex and vibrant religion, weaves its spell through the very fabric of life and death. It is in this world, a mix of African traditions and the remnants of colonialism, that the concept of the zombie emerged, not as a mindless monster, but as a tragic figure, a victim of sorcery and control. In the dusty streets of Port-au-Prince, whispers circulate about the mysterious Bokors, the sorcerers who wield dark magic. These men and women possess the power to summon spirits and manipulate the living. Their abilities are feared, respected, and sometimes sought after, for with the right offerings they can bring both fortune and ruin. But when they choose to create a zombie, it is a fate worse than death. The victim becomes a mere shadow, a tool bound to serve the will of the Bokor. The villagers speak in hushed tones, recounting tales of loved ones who vanished, only to return with blank stares and lifeless movements. One story lingers in the air like a persistent fog, the tale of Clervius Narcisse. In 1962, Clervius fell ill and passed away, or so it was believed. His family mourned him, burying him in the quiet cemetery under the watchful eyes of ancient trees. However, years later he re-emerged, wandering back into town, his body a vessel for sorrow and confusion. He claimed to have been turned into a zombie by a Bokor, forced to toil in the fields like a puppet without strings. The news spread like wildfire, igniting fear and fascination. Scientists and journalists flocked to Haiti, eager to uncover the truth behind this chilling phenomenon. The connection between voodoo and the undead is steeped in fear, yet it is also a reflection of the struggles of the Haitian people. The zombie represents not just the loss of life, but the loss of agency, of control. Enslaved Africans who had fought against their oppressors with desperate courage found themselves living in a society that sought to control them even in death. Voodoo emerged as a source of resistance, a way to reclaim power, even as the specter of the zombie loomed large. But voodoo is not solely about darkness. It is a dance with the spirits, a celebration of life and death intertwined. The spirits, known as El Bual, serve as intermediaries between the living and the dead. They guide, protect, and sometimes punish. The spirits of the ancestors are honored in vibrant ceremonies filled with music, dance, and the offering of food and drink. In these moments, the barriers between worlds blur and the community comes alive with energy. Yet, lurking beneath the surface, the fear of the dark powers remains, reminding all that the line between life and the haunting abyss is perilously thin. As the drums beat in a rhythmic frenzy, drawing people into a trance, the air shifts. Shadows twist and leap, and the cries of the living intertwine with the whispers of the departed. In a candlelit shack, a woman named Marie Laveau, a priestess of Vodou, rises to her feet, her body swaying to the intoxicating rhythms. Her eyes catch the light, reflecting an ancient power that commands respect and fear. She knows the secrets of the Bokors, the delicate balance between light and dark, and she stands as a guardian against the terrors that lurk beyond the veil. But not all who walk this path are protectors. The Bokors, those who practice with malice, possess a darker hunger. They may seek vengeance, control, or simply the thrill of wielding power over another's fate. Their most loathed act? The creation of a zombie, an embodiment of despair that feeds into the fears of the community. When the sun sets and darkness blankets the land, the whispered warnings of the Bokors echo through the streets, keeping villagers awake, eyes wide, hearts racing. For every tale of horror, there is a pulse of resilience. The people of Haiti craft their narratives of survival, gathering in close-knit communities, sharing stories that breathe life into the legends. They honor their ancestors, call upon their spirits, and celebrate the essence of Vodou as a lifeline. For even as fear looms, hope glimmers, refusing to be extinguished. The sun rises, illuminating the scars of the past while igniting the spirit of the living. The people chant, dance, and invoke the Eldaway, casting aside the shadows that haunt their waking hours. The line between the world of the living and the realm of the spirits remains fragile, yet rich with connection. The fear of the zombies, blood-sucking spirits, and the Bokor's dark magic still whispers through the air, a constant reminder of the battles fought and the perseverance required to reclaim their lives from the grips of despair. With each passing moment, the tension rises, and the stories continue. In the depths of this world, where the living and the dead coexist, the true battle is not merely against the darkness but for the very soul of the community. As the drums beat on, the spirits stir, and the living hold their breath, knowing that the tale has just begun, and the whispers of Vodou will continue to echo through the valleys and streets of Haiti, forever entwined with the essence of life and the haunting dance of the undead. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a figure knelt on the cold ground, head bowed in anguish. The air was thick with incense, a sweet yet haunting aroma that curled around the room like a ghostly tendril. The flicker of the flame cast moving shadows on the walls, creating a dance of silhouettes that told stories of longing, despair, and unquenchable thirst. It was here, where reality blurred with the ethereal, that the tales of hungry ghosts emerged. In the teachings of Buddhism, these spirits, known as pretas, or hungry ghosts, are often depicted as beings condemned to a relentless craving, forever reaching for sustenance but never able to grasp it. Their emaciated forms, with distended bellies and thin, withered limbs, were not just symbols of a supernatural curse. They represented the very essence of human desire, the insatiable thirst that gnaws at the soul. This image, vivid and disturbing, resonated throughout history, echoing through the ages in temples and homes alike. The roots of this belief stretched back centuries to the time of the Buddha himself, who spoke of suffering and desire as the twin chains that bound humanity. Ancient texts described how these souls wandered the earth, invisible yet palpably present, their moans a haunting reminder of the cravings that consumed them. In the bustling streets of ancient cities, stories circulated, of mothers who lost their children and fathers who lost their way, each one consumed by the longing for something just beyond their reach. One such tale was whispered in the dark corners of a small village, nestled between misty mountains and flowing rivers. A young woman named May had once been filled with laughter and light, a beacon of hope in her community. But after her family fell ill, and one by one they slipped away into the silent night, her joy transformed into an unbearable thirst. She sought solace in the promise of a better life, in offerings to the spirits and prayers whispered into the wind. Yet her heart ached, and her soul felt parched. As the seasons changed, her desperation grew. The villagers spoke of her late at night, their voices barely above a whisper, fearful that her suffering would beckon the hungry ghosts to their own doorsteps. May, oblivious to their fear, roamed through the fields and forests, searching for answers, for peace. In her dreams, she saw the faces of her lost loved ones, their eyes hollow with longing, their mouths gaping in silent cries. The line between the living and the dead began to blur, and with each passing day she felt herself slipping away. And so the cycle continued, like a river that could never quench its thirst. In the depths of the night, the air thickened with the cries of the hungry ghosts, a chorus of sorrow that clawed at the hearts of those who heard it. The villagers would gather in their homes, clutching their loved ones close, yet even in the safety of their walls, they felt the grip of hunger clawing at their throats. It was a reminder that desire was not just an emotion, it was an entity, lurking just out of sight, ready to consume anyone who dared to ignore its presence. Across distant lands, the influence of Buddhism spread, touching the lives of countless souls. In Japan, the Obon festival emerged, a time when the living welcomed the spirits of their ancestors back home. Lanterns flickered like stars in the summer night, illuminating the path for the wandering souls, guiding them with hope and love. Yet, even amidst the celebration, the shadows remained, a reminder that the hungry ghosts still roamed, thirsting for connection, for understanding. And in the bustling markets of China, the echoes of their cries could still be heard. The ancient practice of offering food and incense to these restless spirits became an act of compassion, a way to soothe the hunger that transcended life and death. Yet, even in these moments of kindness, the question lingered: what does it mean to truly satisfy a thirst that can never be quenched? The hungry ghosts were not just figments of folklore. They embodied a truth that resonated deep within the fabric of humanity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red glow across the sky, May stood at the edge of a cliff, overlooking the valley below. The wind whipped through her hair, carrying with it the scent of earth and the faintest whisper of hope. In that moment, she felt the weight of her grief, the pull of her unfulfilled desires, and the echo of a hunger that seemed to call her name. Her eyes closed, and she could almost feel the presence of her family surrounding her, their love wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Yet, the deeper she sank into this moment, the more she felt the pull of the other side, a world where the hungry ghosts lingered, forever chasing shadows. The flickering candlelight in her mind illuminated the truth that even the most powerful love could not extinguish the thirst that bound them. As her heart raced, May understood that the line between the living and the dead was delicate, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. The fear that gripped her village whispered in the wind, intertwining with their hopes and prayers, creating a tapestry rich with emotion. The villagers' offerings, their fears, their connections, all painted a picture of a world teetering on the brink. And for May, the realization settled heavy on her heart. In her quest to fill the void, she had unwittingly become part of a greater cycle, a dance between the living and the hungry ghosts, each step echoing with longing, each breath filled with unquenchable desire. It was then, in that charged moment, that the stories of the past rose up like a tidal wave, crashing against the shores of the present, begging to be acknowledged. The hungry ghosts were not merely tales of despair. They were lessons wrapped in sorrow and joy, reflections of a humanity wrestling with its own desires. And as the shadows deepened around her, the line between hope and despair faded, blending into a narrative that would continue to unfold, each chapter echoing with the longing of souls lost and found, forever entwined in a dance with the hunger that defined them. On a cold winter night, when the moon hung low and the shadows danced along the walls, the whispers of ancient tales crept through the air. A chill ran down the spine of anyone daring to listen, stories of beings that roamed the darkness, thirsting for the warmth of life, leaving behind only fear and mystery. These figures, cloaked in the fabric of night, have haunted humanity for centuries, each culture spinning its own web of horror and fascination around them. In the hushed corners of Eastern European towns, tales of the strigoi took root, haunting the villages where the bloom of life once thrived. The strigoi, restless spirits of the dead, were said to rise from their graves, seeking vengeance or solace. Their eyes glowed with a fierce hunger, an insatiable craving for blood. Villagers spoke in hushed tones about how to protect themselves. Garlic hung in doorways, wooden stakes were carved with trembling hands, and crosses were clutched tightly, symbols of hope against the encroaching darkness. The chilling sound of shovels striking earth echoed through the night as graves were opened, and the fear of the strigoi took on a life of its own, weaving into the very fabric of folklore. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the ancient Aztecs worshipped a very different kind of bloodthirsty god. Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky, embodied chaos and darkness. He demanded sacrifice. Human hearts offered on a stone altar, blood spilled to appease his restless spirit. The priests, with hearts as heavy as the offerings they made, believed that the sun could only rise again through the generosity of bloodshed. Tales of their rituals sent shivers through the bones of those who heard them, a stark reminder that the thirst for life often came at a devastating price. In the far reaches of the East, the legend of the Jiangshi, or hopping vampire, emerged from the misty mountains of China. This creature, with its stiff limbs and pale skin, was a corpse that had returned to life, driven by a hunger for the life force of the living. The Jiangshi moved with a grotesque, jerky gait, and it was said that a single touch could drain the vitality of any unsuspecting traveler. To protect themselves, families would hang peachwood at their doorways, believed to ward off these shadowy intruders. The stories of the Jiangshi, filled with tension and horror, carried warnings that echoed long after the fires had died down. The African continent, rich with its tapestry of cultures, told its own stories of the undead. The Asan Bosum of the Akan people lurked in the trees, waiting for the unwary to pass below. With iron teeth and bloodthirsty eyes, this vampiric creature was said to snatch up its victims from the forest floor, leaving only dread in its wake. The tales were often accompanied by rhythmic drumming that stirred the soul, summoning both fear and fascination in equal measure. Through the shadows of the night, the chilling call of the Asan Bosum echoed, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the wilderness. As the sun set over the vast plains of India, the stories of the Churail drifted on the winds. This spirit, often depicted as a woman with disheveled hair and backward feet, haunted the night, seeking revenge against those who had wronged her in life. The Churail's presence sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to stroll alone after dark. Her mournful cries echoed through the streets, a haunting melody that wove sorrow and terror into the very fabric of the night. Villagers whispered of her power, a reminder that sometimes the line between the living and the dead blurred in ways that were unimaginable. The legends of vampires spread like wildfire, intertwining through the stories of various cultures, revealing a universal fear of death and the unknown. In Japan, the yurei, restless spirits yearning for peace, skulked in the shadows. They were said to rise at night, their faces pale and their clothes tattered, searching for the living to share in their sorrow. The stories of the yurei served as cautionary tales, warning against the grievances left unresolved. As night fell, the soft whispers of their names sent shivers down the spine, evoking an unsettling mixture of empathy and dread. In the Americas, the tale of La Llorona emerged, a woman cursed to roam the rivers, weeping for her lost children. Her sorrowful cries echoed through the canyons, and it was said that her ghostly figure would lure the unsuspecting into the water, seeking to fill her emptiness with the souls of the living. The fear of La Llorona transcended generations, a chilling reminder of the pain that a heart can harbor, transforming it into something dark and dangerous. In every corner of the world, the stories of the undead intertwined, forming a tapestry of shared humanity, painting portraits of fear, love, loss, and longing. The common thread, the thirst for life, the struggle against the finality of death, bound these tales together, transcending cultures, languages, and time. Each story held a mirror to the fears that lived within every heart, a haunting reminder that the shadow of mortality loomed over them all. As the fire crackled and shadows flickered on the walls, those gathered could feel the weight of the stories bearing down on them. The air thickened with anticipation, the tension palpable as each tale flowed into the next, uniting the living with the echoes of the past. The world was filled with restless spirits, each one eager to share its story, to be remembered, to add its voice to the tapestry of myths that had woven through the ages. Their stories lingered, haunting and beautiful, forever beckoning those who dared to listen, as the night stretched on, filled with the whisper of memories and the intoxicating pull of the dark. The streets were eerily silent, the moonlight casting ghostly shadows on the cobblestones as the village of Kamienixa lay in the grip of a feverish dread. Whispers of death lingered in the air, thickening the atmosphere like a heavy fog. It was the year 1666, and a sickness had swept through the land, gnawing at lives and hope alike. People fell one by one, collapsing into the arms of family and friends, their faces pale, their skin clammy, symptoms that sent shivers through the bravest of souls. In the stillness, a sense of something sinister was brewing, something that stretched beyond the realm of sickness. In the small tavern, the flickering candlelight danced on the faces of those gathered, fear etched into their brows. "They say the pestilence is not just a disease," whispered an old man, his voice quivering. "It's the work of the undead, walking among us." The tavern fell silent, the air electric with the unsaid. Eyes darted toward the door, half expecting a figure draped in shadows to enter, a creature with a thirst for blood. Rumors of vampires had clawed their way into the minds of the terrified villagers, intertwining with the very real fear of the plague that stalked them. The connection between the horrific pestilence and the legends of blood-sucking fiends was not mere superstition. It was rooted in the visceral reality of death and decay that loomed over communities. With every passing day, as the outbreaks grew more severe, stories of the undead grew in intensity. They were not just tales told to scare children into behaving, but became a means of explaining the unexplainable. Where did the plague come from? Why did it spare some and claim others? What force could wreak such havoc? As the plague ravaged Europe, it left behind more than just dead bodies. It cultivated fear, shaping a narrative that would endure through the ages. In the towns devastated by the Black Death, hollow-eyed survivors began to piece together what they could not comprehend. They whispered of creatures that rose from their graves, preying on the living, begging for salvation but finding only hunger. Histories woven with dread took on a life of their own, feeding on the collective psyche of a frightened populace. In the once thriving streets of Vilnius, shadows whispered of a nobleman whose wealth could not save him. Countess Elisabetta had become a local legend, her opulent castle now a ghastly reminder of what had been. As the plague swept through her lands, she locked herself away, isolated from her people, her heart twisted by fear and desperation. Rumors of her consuming the blood of the sick began to swirl. They said she believed it would keep her youthful, extend her life, and stave off the cursed sickness that had stolen so many. The villagers watched as she transformed, losing touch with humanity and becoming a specter of the woman she once was. Across the continent, the tales took on new shapes. In the dark woods of Transylvania, a man named Vlad the Impaler became infamous not just for his brutal methods of war, but for the chilling tales that followed him, the bloodthirsty rogue who feasted on the fear of his enemies. As plague swept into regions near his stronghold, the connection was made clear in hushed tones. The world was changing, and so was the understanding of life and death. The vampire was no longer just a creature of legend. It was a manifestation of the fear that gripped society during the darkest days. The connection between the plagues and the birth of vampire legends was more than mere coincidence. With each outbreak, the graveyards filled faster than they could be tended. Families were torn apart, and the living had to confront death in a way that was raw and unrelenting. The rules of existence felt shattered, and from that chaos, the idea of the vampire emerged, a being that defied the natural order. Instead of surrendering to death, it lived on, haunting the night, a grotesque reminder of what was lost. In the year 1720, Marseille experienced the specter of the plague once more, its streets echoing with despair. The town became a breeding ground for fear, and shadows grew long under the heavy pall of death. As bodies piled up, people began to suspect that the devil himself had taken root among them. They shared stories of a tall figure seen lurking at the edge of the graveyards, his eyes glimmering with a hunger that spoke of something otherworldly. Parents warned their children, "Stay indoors after dark. The vampire prowls." The tales took on a life of their own, morphing from the fears of a plague-stricken world into a cultural phenomenon, feeding the imagination and deepening the mythos. Across the ages, even as the plagues receded, their legacy remained. The vampire grew in form and ferocity, becoming an eternal symbol of the darkness inherent in humanity's struggle against mortality. With each new outbreak, whether it was cholera, influenza, or the Spanish flu, the stories returned, resurrected by the fear of death that never truly faded. It was as if the very essence of the vampire was entwined with humanity's greatest fears, the fear of the unknown, the fear of loss, the fear of being consumed. In a small village still echoing the footsteps of its haunted past, the legends live on. Parents whisper to their children, keeping the tales alive, warning them of the night. They say the vampire is never truly gone, that it slumbers, waiting for the next wave of despair to awaken it once more. As the clock strikes midnight, the line between the living and the undead blurs, and the ghosts of plagues past rise from their graves, reminding the living of the darkness that lurks in the shadows. And in that darkness, the vampire waits, a creature born not just of myth but of the very essence of human fear, forever intertwined with the relentless grip of death. The wind howled through the narrow, cobbled streets of an old European town, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay. Gas lamps flickered weakly against the encroaching darkness, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. In the distance, a bell tolled mournfully, each clang echoing through the night like a harbinger of doom. It was a time when death was an ever-present companion, lurking behind every corner, whispering terrible truths in the ears of the living. In the 18th century, a strange plague swept across the continent, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. The poor souls it claimed were often buried hastily in unmarked graves, their families too terrified to linger too long in the presence of the dead. It was during this time of fear and uncertainty that the myth of the vampire began to take shape, fueled by ignorance and superstition. People spoke in hushed tones of creatures that arose from the grave to feed on the blood of the living, draining them of life force as they slumbered. But what if there was a darker truth lurking beneath the myth, one grounded in the very diseases that plagued humanity? As bodies piled up in the towns and villages, the symptoms of illness became intertwined with the tales of the undead. The visible signs of decay, the pallor of skin, and the chilling coldness of the corpse sparked wild imaginations. People noticed that when someone fell ill, they often grew weaker, their skin turning pale and their eyes sunken. Those who died from the mysterious fevers seemed to transform, their very essence twisted into something otherworldly. The line separating life from death became a thin veil, easily pierced by the whispers of the grave. Reports of strange behavior among the dying fueled the frenzy. In some cases, families found their loved ones rising from their beds. Eyes glazed and hungry for something they could not name, they stumbled through the darkness, seeking solace in the blood of others. Tales of these spectral figures spread like wildfire, igniting fear and superstition. Every unexplained death became fodder for the imagination, a potential sign of vampiric activity. In rural areas, the belief in the vampire was especially strong. The villagers would gather around flickering bonfires, recounting tales of the Nosferatu that roamed the fields at night. They spoke of their own loved ones who had succumbed to illness and returned, ravenous and insatiable. When someone died unexpectedly, rather than simply mourning, they feared the worst. Was it possible that the body had not truly departed? The very thought was enough to send shivers down their spines. As the years passed, medical science struggled to understand the diseases that ravaged populations. Without the knowledge of germs and microbes, people turned to folklore to explain the unexplainable. In the absence of answers, they crafted narratives around death that provided a warped sense of comfort. The vampire became a symbol of their fears, an embodiment of the unseen forces that they couldn't control. Desperation mingled with dread, and hope lay buried underneath layers of superstition. The dread of the unknown led to practices that might seem bizarre today. Bodies were exhumed to check for signs of vampirism, dirt under the nails, blood at the mouth, or a body that appeared remarkably intact. These rituals, driven by sheer terror, only fueled the cycle of fear. Families would stake their loved ones through the heart, believing it would prevent them from rising again. In that grim landscape, logic was drowned in a sea of dread and death, replaced by the chilling belief that the dead could return. As the vampire myth took hold, the scientific community began to take notice. In the 19th century, doctors like Giovanni Maria Lantisi and later the eminent surgeon John Abernathy began to investigate the conditions that brought about these strange symptoms. They sought to explain the changes in the human body during illness, gradually revealing the connection between living beings and the diseases that plagued them. Yet the public's fear was not so easily assuaged. The allure of the vampire persisted, entwined with human mortality and the darkness that lurked in the shadowy corners of their minds. Tales of bloodsuckers and night stalkers continued to weave their way into literature and folklore, creating a rich tapestry of horror that reflected society's deepest fears. The vampire myth became more than just a story. It represented the struggle against an unseen enemy, the relentless march of disease and death that no one could escape. The transformation of loved ones into something monstrous fed into the cultural psyche, lending a chilling authenticity to the folklore. The interplay between disease and myth created a potent brew of fear and fascination. Hospitals filled with the sick and dying became breeding grounds for tales of the undead, the very walls seeming to whisper the chilling stories of those who once walked among the living. It was a time when the fear of contagion was as palpable as the air itself, and as people wrestled with their own mortality, the vampire became a reflection of their darkest anxieties. As the clock struck midnight, the line between life and death blurred further. The flicker of candlelight illuminated the faces of the frightened villagers, their stories weaving together the past and present in a tapestry of fear. The truth, lurking in the shadows, twisted like the tales of the vampire itself, both frightening and captivating, both real and imagined. The night was alive with possibility, every rustle of leaves and distant howl of the wolf echoing the ghosts of those lost to disease. And so the myth grew, entwined with the very fabric of life and death, proving that sometimes the most terrifying truths lie just beneath the surface, waiting for a chance to rise again. In a dimly lit village, a fire crackles quietly, its flames dancing like the spirits of old. Shadows flicker across the thatched roofs as storytellers gather, their eyes bright with the flicker of ancient tales. A child, no more than 8, sits at the edge of the circle, entranced by every word that spills forth. Stories of cunning foxes, wise old men, and terrifying monsters weave through the night, each tale a thread in the vibrant tapestry of folklore. But tonight, something hangs in the air, a whisper of change. The stories feel heavier, more urgent, as if the weight of their wisdom is too much for just whispers around a fire. Long ago, folklore thrived in the spaces between reality and imagination. It was a living, breathing entity, a way for communities to share fears, hopes, and the lessons of life. These tales were passed down like heirlooms, cherished and altered with each telling. Yet, as the sun set on the age of oral tradition, something new began to take shape: the written word. The transition from folklore to literature was not instantaneous. It was a gradual unfolding, like the blooming of a flower. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians inscribed their stories on clay tablets. Their Epic of Gilgamesh spoke of friendship, loss, and the quest for immortality, universal themes that echoed the heartbeats of countless generations. This was literature taking its first breath, drawing from the deep well of oral tradition while reaching for something more profound. Move through the ages, and the landscape shifts dramatically. The Greeks, with their rich tapestry of myths, began to pen works that would stand the test of time. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey were not just stories. They were the very foundation of Western literature. Battles were fought, gods and mortals intertwined, and the human experience unfolded in vivid detail. The transition was no longer just about sharing stories. It was about preserving them, about creating a legacy that would transcend centuries. Yet, beneath the surface, the echoes of folklore lingered. The oral tradition was not discarded, it was transformed. The guilt-ridden ghosts of ancient storytellers whispered through the lines of written texts, urging writers to honor their roots. The Metamorphoses of Ovid, like a river flowing with myth, showcased the fluidity of storytelling. Characters morphed and changed, reflecting not just their desires but the very essence of what it meant to be human. This was the heartbeat of folklore: change, adaptation, survival. As the Middle Ages unfolded, the landscape became more complicated. Tales of chivalry and courtly love emerged, influenced by the folklore of old yet infused with the ideals of a changing society. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer brought to life a diverse array of characters, each voice a reflection of its time. It was a chorus of society, each tale layered with humor and wisdom, almost begging the audience to recognize the humanity within themselves. The written word was more than just ink on parchment. It was a mirror held up to the world. But as the Renaissance dawned, something shifted again. The balance between folklore and literature was tested. The works of Shakespeare exemplified this tension. His plays, rich with the language of the common folk, soared with poetic beauty. Yet, they held tightly to the essence of the stories that had come before. The ghosts of folklore were not merely remnants. They were alive, dancing through the words of kings, lovers, and fools. The rhythm of Shakespeare's verses echoed the pulse of oral tradition, yet soared to heights only literature could reach. As the centuries rolled onward, the rise of the novel brought a new wave of storytelling. Authors like Cervantes and Defoe wove intricate tales that pulled readers into the very fabric of their worlds. These stories were vast and immersive, demanding new forms of engagement. Folklore's immediacy transformed into the reflective nature of literature, inviting readers to not just listen, but to think, feel, and understand the multifaceted nature of life. In the 19th century, the Brothers Grimm collected tales that had echoed through the ages, reshaping them into literary form. Their versions of Hansel and Gretel and Snow White, filled with dark undertones, reclaimed the fears and lessons of oral tradition. These were not just children's stories, they were cautionary tales, warnings wrapped in the sweetness of fairy dust. The transition was now evident. Folklore was evolving into something distinct and yet deeply familiar, both a comfort and a challenge. This transformation was not without its conflicts. As folklorists and writers grappled with the implications of ownership and authenticity, what happened to the essence of a story when it was captured in writing? Did it lose its soul, or did it gain a new life? The questions lingered like smoke in the air, creating tension in the hearts of those who sought to preserve the past while forging a future. And as the 20th century approached, modernist writers began to dissect and reassemble the very fabric of narrative itself. T.S. Eliot's poetry echoed the fragmented nature of contemporary life, while James Joyce's Ulysses reimagined Homer's epic for a new age. The pulse of folklore, once a steady beat, now surged with the chaotic energy of modern existence. Yet even in this chaos, the essence of storytelling remained, a thread that tied the past to the present. In the twilight of the century, post-colonial writers began to reclaim their stories, weaving them into the fabric of global literature. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie spoke of the danger of a single story, urging readers to embrace the multitude of voices that exist in the world. Folklore was not just a cultural artifact, it was a living pulse that thrummed with the vibrancy of identity, struggle, and resilience. The journey from folklore to literature had become a profound exploration of self and society. An endless cycle that brought together the old and the new, the whispered tales and the bold proclamations of authors long gone. Each word, each story was a stepping stone on a path that would forever intertwine the two realms, creating a rich mosaic of human experience. The fire in that dimly lit village still crackles, and the child at the edge of the circle remains entranced, unaware of the incredible legacy that surrounds them. A legacy that is not just history, but a living, breathing testament to the power of stories. From the shadows of dimly lit halls to the flickering glow of candlelight, an air of tension thickens around the figure, cradling a glass of deep crimson. The soft clink of the glass echoes, like a heartbeat in the silence, reminding all who are present of the delicate balance between life and death, predator and prey. The vision of a vampire has been etched in the minds of humanity for centuries, a blend of allure and horror that transcends time. In the earliest depictions of vampires, artists captured something raw and primal. In ancient Mesopotamian art, the fear of the unknown came alive through figures like the Lamashtu, a demoness who fed on the blood of infants. These ancient images spoke of a terror that lurked in the darkness, a creature defying the natural order. A haunting silhouette, stretched and twisted, stood against the backdrop of a moonlit sky, evoking both fascination and dread. The vulnerability of life amidst the shadows painted a chilling picture of survival, as if the very act of creation was threatened by the darkness. As centuries passed, these themes evolved. By the Middle Ages, the vampire had transformed into a more human-like form, often depicted with long, flowing hair and a seductively pale complexion. The artists of this era, sensitive to the societal fears of disease and death, illustrated these creatures with an intensity that drew viewers in, trapping them in a world where the beautiful and grotesque intertwined. The famed artist Hans Baldung Grien brought forth a visceral portrayal of witches and vampires, with their sharp fangs and sultry gazes, enticing the viewer to question the boundaries of morality and desire. The brush strokes were bold yet delicate, creating an atmosphere ripe with tension, making it almost impossible to look away. Then came the Romantic era, where artists like Francisco de Goya painted nightmarish visions of vampiric figures preying on the innocent. His work captured not just the horror of the vampire, but the deep emotional turmoil of the human condition. A figure loomed large in the canvas, teeth bared, with a victim frozen in terror, embodying the struggle between passion and despair. Such imagery resonated with audiences, evoking the goosebumps of fear and the pangs of empathy. The canvas pulsed with life, a stark reminder that the vampire is not merely a monster, but a reflection of our darkest selves. The 19th century saw a surge of vampire literature and art, riding the wave of societal fascination with the macabre. Artworks began to reflect the anxieties of an age caught between enlightenment and superstition. Artists like Edvard Munch painted haunting figures that seemed to slip in and out of reality, blurring the lines of life and death. His The Vampire portrays a woman, her face a mask of longing and despair. Her hand gripping the neck of her prey with ferocity and tenderness. The tension in the air is palpable. The viewer is left grappling with emotions that oscillate between attraction and repulsion. Munch's brushstrokes are wild and frenetic, capturing the essence of desire that leads to destruction. As the 20th century unfolded, the vampire evolved yet again, adapting to the fears and fantasies of each new generation. The rise of cinema brought the vampire into homes worldwide, but even the stillness of a canvas could not capture the madness of Nosferatu or the elegance of Dracula. Artists responded by experimenting with new styles, creating a chaotic dance of colors and forms that mirrored the tumult of the century. Vampires were no longer just nocturnal predators, they became symbols of forbidden love and immortality. The allure of the vampire morphed into something bittersweet, drawing audiences in with the promise of eternal passion tinged with tragedy. The modern interpretations, seen in the works of contemporary artists, are often layered with complexity. These new vampires carry the weight of generational trauma, societal judgment, and existential despair. In the works of artists like Kehinde Wiley, the vampire emerges as a bold reclamation of identity. Here, the figure stands proud and defiant, challenging the narratives that have long sought to demonize it. The vibrancy of his colors contrasts sharply with the stillness of the subject, creating an electric ambiance that ignites the canvas. The heartbeat of art is alive, echoing with the fears and desires of a society still captivated by the myth. While each brushstroke and color choice tells its own story, the vampire remains a constant, a vessel for our fears and desires, a reflection of our struggles. Whether depicted as a beautiful seducer or a monstrous fiend, the vampire in art has always resonated with the depths of human emotion. It is a reminder of the shadows that stretch beyond our sight, waiting to pull us into a world where pleasure and pain coexist in a delicate balance. As the narrative of the vampire unfolds through the ages, it beckons to the next chapter, where its grip on our imagination only tightens. The vampire is not merely trapped in the past, it seeps into the present, influencing the very fabric of our reality. The lingering question remains: what darkness lies ahead, waiting to be unleashed from the depths of our collective consciousness? With every brushstroke, every story told, the vampire continues to evolve, whispering promises of thrill and terror that echo through time. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow over the land, a haunting reminder of lives lost and stories untold. Shadows flickered as the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and secrets buried long ago. In this space, where history intertwined with myth, the figure of the vampire took shape not just as a creature of the night, but as a mirror reflecting the fears and hopes of those who lived in the aftermath of colonial conquest. In the 19th century, as empires expanded across the globe, the vampire narrative evolved in ways that echoed the experiences of those who suffered under colonial rule. The tales of bloodsuckers lurking in dark corners took on new meaning, transformed by the realities of exploitation, oppression, and fear. The vampire became a symbol, embodying the anxieties of colonized peoples, a creature designed to disrupt the myths of civility that colonizers wove around themselves. Count Dracula, perhaps the most famous of all vampires, served as a textbook example of this transformation. Bram Stoker's 1897 novel depicted a villain who was not merely a monster, but a reflection of the cultural and racial fears of the time. Dracula, with his foreign accent and strange customs, represented the other that colonizers often demonized. He was a threat to the Victorian ideal of society, a stark reminder that the civilized world was built on the backs of those deemed inferior. As the story unfolded, the tension between the East and West became palpable, each character representing a clash of ideologies, cultures, and fears. But the vampire narrative was not merely a Western creation. In the colonies, local folklore blended with European tales to create new monsters, reflecting the complexities of colonized life. The Asan Bossum of West Africa, with its iron teeth and bloodlust, thrived in stories told around fires. This figure, much like the Western vampire, symbolized the fear of foreign invaders and the struggle against oppression. It was a testament to survival, resilience, and the ever-present threat of losing one's identity in a world that sought to erase it. As colonial powers expanded their reach, the vampire mythos began to weave itself into the fabric of local cultures. The tales they told were not just about blood and immortality, they were about power, resistance, and the fight for autonomy. In Haiti, the legend of the vampire-like loup-garou emerged, shaped by the brutal experience of slavery and the longing for freedom. It became a symbol of hope, a myth that offered both fear and empowerment, illustrating the duality of existence under colonial rule. The tension reached a boiling point during the early 20th century when the vampire's role began to shift dramatically. No longer just a figure of horror, the vampire became a tragic hero, embodying the existential crisis of the modern world. The stories reflected a growing disillusionment with the colonial narrative of progress and civilization. Films and literature painted the vampire as a misunderstood being, a creature caught between worlds, a parallel to the colonized individuals grappling with their identities in a rapidly changing society. As World War I and II unfolded, the metaphor of the vampire morphed again. The horrors of war, the displacement of people, and the aftermath of colonialism seeped into narratives like blood from a fresh wound. Vampires became agents of chaos, reflecting the tumult and despair of a world grappling with the consequences of its own actions. The fear of the unknown, the dread of being consumed by forces beyond one's control. These emotions resonated deeply with audiences, who saw in these stories their own struggles and fears. The vampire's tale was now interwoven with themes of colonialism and post-colonial identity. The characters were no longer simply hunted or hunters. They were survivors of trauma, victims of a history that had left them scarred. Writers began to explore the intersection of race, culture, and power through the lens of the vampire, creating narratives that challenged the status quo and offered an alternative view of the world. In the modern era, the vampire narrative continues to evolve, reflecting society's ongoing struggles with colonial legacies. No longer solely a creature of terror, the vampire has become a vehicle for exploring complex themes of identity and belonging. Authors from colonized nations have taken the myth and reshaped it, breathing new life into ancient tales. These narratives address the haunting effects of colonialism, examining how it reverberates through generations, leaving marks that can never be fully erased. As the sun sets, casting long shadows on the ground, the stories of vampires persist, echoing through the ages. They remind us that behind every myth lies a kernel of truth, shaped by the collective experiences of those who lived through the darkest chapters of history. The vampire, in all its forms, continues to haunt our imaginations, a reminder that the past and present are never neatly separated. In that moonlit night, the air thick with tension, the legends of the vampire refuse to stay buried. They rise again, twisted and beautiful, bearing witness to a history fraught with pain and resilience. The echoes of colonialism linger, woven into the fabric of these tales, ensuring that the shadows will never entirely fade away. And, as the stories unfold, one can't help but wonder what new forms the vampire will take in the stories yet to be told, how it will continue to reflect humanity's struggle against itself, and how each telling will reshape our understanding of the past. The night is still young, and the tales are far from over. As the clock struck midnight, a shiver raced through the cobblestone streets of Victorian London. The gas lamps flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced like specters, whispering secrets of a world where the line between the living and the dead blurred. It was the age of innovation, a time when the extraordinary mingled with the everyday, and the impossible felt tantalizingly close. Amidst this backdrop, a sinister figure lurked in the shadows, a creature born from the dark corners of nightmares, the modern vampire. In the early years of the 19th century, the vampire narrative began to evolve, shedding its primitive skin like a snake shedding its scales. The tales of blood-sucking fiends, once steeped in folklore, took on a new, tantalizing allure. No longer just the stuff of campfire tales, these creatures were gaining complexity, a depth that fascinated and horrified the burgeoning middle class. Writers like Lord Byron and John Polidori were at the forefront, crafting stories that ignited imaginations and turned the vampire into an emblem of forbidden desire and moral decay. Polidori's novella, The Vampire, published in 1819, introduced a suave and charismatic vampire, Lord Ruthven, who seduced with a smile and devoured with a kiss. This wasn't merely a monster. This was a reflection of society's own fears and desires. The upper class, with their elegance and charisma, masked an insatiable hunger for power. The modern vampire was a mirror, reflecting the shadowy truths lurking beneath the polished surface of polite society. As the century unfolded, the fascination only deepened. The publication of Bram Stoker's Dracula in 1897 cemented the archetype's place in literature. This tale spun a web of Gothic horror that ensnared hearts and minds, intertwining themes of sexuality, colonial anxieties, and the clash of modernity against the ancient. Count Dracula, with his alluring charm and predatory instincts, encapsulated the fears of an empire in decline, a reminder that even the most civilized could be consumed by primal urges. But the rise of the modern vampire was not merely confined to literature. Advances in science and technology were reshaping perceptions of life and death, adding an unsettling edge to the age-old myth. The discovery of anesthesia and the early experiments with electricity stirred the imaginations of inventors and thinkers. Doctors began to probe the mysteries of the human body, and the idea of resurrecting the dead became a tantalizing possibility. The macabre experiments conducted in laboratories led to a growing fascination with life after death. People whispered about the possibility of reanimating corpses, and the idea of a vampire, eternal, unyielding, felt increasingly plausible. Simultaneously, the Romantic movement swept through Europe, entwining itself with the vampire mythos. Poets and artists, intoxicated by the idea of the sublime, portrayed the vampire as both a monster and a tragic hero. They romanticized the notion of the undead, painting a picture of doomed souls caught between desire and despair. This duality struck a chord with a society grappling with rapid industrialization and the loss of traditional values. The modern vampire became a way to navigate the turbulent waters of change, embodying the struggle between enlightenment and darkness. The response to these tales was visceral. Readers felt their hearts race as they devoured each page, caught in a whirlwind of fear and longing. The vampire, with its seductive embrace, became a symbol of the unknown, drawing individuals toward the very edge of terror. Social gatherings often turned into the perfect breeding ground for tales of horror, where whispered stories ignited imaginations, and the shadows of doubt crept into the corners of well-lit parlors. The boundaries of fear and excitement blurred, creating a rush that was both intoxicating and terrifying. In the bustling streets of London, the impact of these stories was palpable. Theaters filled with patrons eager to witness adaptations of vampire tales, each performance igniting a collective thrill. The aura of the vampire seeped into popular culture, affecting fashion, art, and even social mores. Women wore flowing gowns reminiscent of the ethereal, while men donned cloaks that conjured images of ancient power. The modern vampire had become a cultural phenomenon, an icon that transcended the pages of novels. But with this rise came darker realities. The hysteria surrounding tuberculosis, a disease often associated with pale skin and a cough, spilled over into vampire lore. People began to link the symptoms of the disease with the undead, prompting rumors and fears that the dead were rising from their graves. The specter of death loomed large, and in some towns the practice of exhuming bodies to check for signs of vampirism became a grim reality. The very fears that had inspired these stories began to manifest in the real world, creating a chilling overlap between history and myth. As the century drew to a close, the modern vampire stood at a crossroads. No longer merely a creature of folklore or the stuff of nightmares, it had woven itself into the fabric of society, embodying the tumult of the age. The vampire was no longer just a figure to be feared. It represented the deepest anxieties and desires of a time on the brink of the unknown. The darkness that surrounded these creatures was not just a shadow. It was a reflection of the complexities of the human soul. And so, the tension simmered, a pulse beneath the surface, as the world prepared to step into the 20th century. The modern vampire, with its seductive charm and terrifying thirst, had become more than a character in a story. It was a symbol of the fears and desires that would continue to haunt humanity, a whisper in the dark that promised both danger and allure. As the clock ticked towards dawn, the boundaries of reality blurred further, leaving an undeniable question hanging in the air. What awaited in the shadows? In a dimly lit theater, the flickering image of a gaunt figure cloaked in shadow captivated the audience. The silence was palpable, each heartbeat echoing like a drum in the stillness. This figure, with its elongated fingers and a face that seemed carved from rock, was none other than Count Orlok from Nosferatu. Released in 1922, the silent film whispered dark tales of the undead, pulling viewers into a world where fear mingled with fascination. Orlok was not just a monster, he was a reflection of the anxieties of a post-war society. His unsettling presence marked the beginning of an enduring cinematic legacy that would twist and turn through decades of film, evolving with each passing era. As the screen glowed with the eerie scenes of Nosferatu, audiences were unwittingly introduced to the vampire archetype that would haunt screens for generations. Orlok's gaunt visage, a far cry from the romanticized vampires that would follow, was a manifestation of fear of the unknown, of death, and of foreign threats. The image of the vampire transformed from a sinister creature of the night to a symbol of desire, seduction, and, ultimately, the human condition itself. It was a harbinger of the duality that would define vampire lore in cinema, the struggle between darkness and light, morality and pleasure. The early 1930s saw the rise of the suave, aristocratic vampire with the legendary portrayal of Count Dracula by Bela Lugosi. His deep hypnotic voice and charm shifted the narrative. No longer just a figure to be feared, he became a creature of allure, captivating audiences with his charisma. The film Dracula brought a new kind of tension, the tension of seduction. The darkness was alluring, pulling characters and viewers alike into its embrace. Just as Orlok represented dread, Lugosi's Dracula symbolized the seductive danger that lurked within the shadows. It was a thrilling dichotomy that resonated igniting passions that would ripple through popular culture. The mid-century brought a wave of horror films that fed off the growing fascination with the supernatural. The 1950s and 60s saw a surge of vampire flicks, with titles like Horror of Dracula, starring Christopher Lee, who made the character his own. Lee's Dracula was a commanding presence, powerful and yet vulnerable in his pursuit of love. The film's lavish settings and gothic aesthetics painted a world where the line between savior and monster blurred. Audiences found themselves caught in a tangled web of emotions, fear intermingled with empathy as they watched characters grapple with their fates. As the decades rolled on, the portrayal of vampires began to shift dramatically. The cultural revolution of the 1970s and 80s introduced a more complex view of these creatures. A new generation of filmmakers explored vampires not merely as monsters, but as symbols of societal issues. The Hunger, 1983, depicted a love triangle infused with existential dread, where immortality came at a perilous cost. The film challenged viewers to confront their own mortality, plunging into the depths of desire, addiction, and the inevitable loneliness that even the most glamorous existence could not escape. The emotional turmoil resonated, creating a haunting experience that lingered long after the credits rolled. Then came the 90s, a decade that birthed a cultural phenomenon. Interview with the Vampire, based on Anne Rice's best-selling novel, introduced a new kind of vampire narrative that emphasized introspection and emotional depth. Tom Cruise's Lestat was both charismatic and tortured, while Brad Pitt's Louis embodied a struggle against his nature. Their relationship reflected the complexities of love and loss, mingling horror with poignant reflections on life and death. Audiences were gripped by the haunting beauty of their experiences, feeling the weight of their eternal conflict. The film was a turning point, leading to a renaissance of vampire stories that wrapped themselves in layers of psychological and emotional complexity. The turn of the millennium saw the vampire mythos transformed yet again with the rise of young adult fiction and film. The Twilight saga captured the hearts of a new generation, creating a love story that intertwined the mundane and the supernatural. Edward Cullen, played by Robert Pattinson, was a vampire who wrestled with his nature but found solace in the embrace of Bella Swan. The series stirred a whirlwind of emotions, igniting discussions about love, identity, and the struggles of adolescence. While critics may have scoffed at its portrayal of vampires, it undeniably tapped into a raw, emotional vein that resonated with millions, becoming a cultural touchstone. With a flick of a pen, the vampire genre evolved once more in the hands of filmmakers who sought to subvert expectations. What We Do in the Shadows, 2014, introduced a comedic spin, portraying vampires as everyday beings navigating the absurdities of modern life. The film's mockumentary style breathed fresh air into the tired tropes, allowing audiences to laugh while also appreciating the legacy of these creatures. The tension of horror gave way to laughter, showcasing the adaptability of the vampire story as it continued to evolve with the times. As the world spun into a new decade, the vampire narrative took on a darker, more nuanced tone again. Series like True Blood explored themes of acceptance, identity, and societal divides, wrapping them in the allure of the supernatural. Characters of all kinds, vampires, humans, and everything in between, struggled with their natures, grappling with morality in a world that was anything but black and white. This era of storytelling turned the mirror on society, inviting viewers to confront their own prejudices and fears, all while wrapped in the cloak of fantasy. The transition from classic to modern interpretations of vampires is more than just a shift in aesthetics. It's a reflection of human fears and desires. Each portrayal carries with it the weight of cultural attitudes and societal fears evolving alongside humanity itself. As we sit in theaters or in front of screens, the shadows of the past flicker and twist, reminding us that the vampire is not just a monster lurking in the dark, but a complex symbol of our own struggles, desires, and fears. The tales of bloodsuckers from Orlok to Edward Cullen weave a tapestry of emotion, pulling at heartstrings while simultaneously sending shivers down spines, capturing the essence of what it means to be human, flawed, beautiful, and eternally searching for connection in a world that can often feel overwhelmingly isolating. In the dim light of a bustling cafe, surrounded by bookshelves that looked like they had stories of their own, a group of young adults huddled together, their eyes wide with excitement. They spoke in hushed tones, but the electric energy in the air was unmistakable. They were discussing the latest vampire series that had taken the world by storm, a phenomenon that seemed to pull at the very heartstrings of culture itself. As they laughed and shared their favorite moments, it was clear that the allure of the vampire had transcended generations, weaving itself into the very fabric of modern society. The vampire myth, steeped in centuries of folklore, had morphed into something new, something vibrant and dynamic in the 21st century. In the past, vampires were the stuff of nightmares, lurking in shadowy corners of old castles and whispered about in dark tales told around flickering fires. But now they had become icons, symbols of desire, danger, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. The globalization of vampire culture was not just a fad. It was a cultural movement that mirrored humanity's deepest longings and fears. In Europe, where the vampire legend first took root, towns like Transylvania still held their breath, steeped in rich history and the shadow of Count Dracula. But the vampire's journey didn't stop there. Across oceans and continents, the figure of the vampire began to evolve, absorbing influences from various cultures. From the sleek, handsome vampires of Hollywood to the ancient, mystical beings found in Asian folklore, the modern vampire had become a global entity, a patchwork quilt of human emotions and desires. In the bustling streets of Tokyo, vampire-themed cafes sprang up, where enthusiastic fans could sip on blood-red smoothies while admiring life-sized cutouts of their favorite characters. The blend of ancient myth and modern consumerism created an intoxicating cocktail that captivated the young and the old alike. It was not unusual to see people dressed as vampires, their costumes a celebration of both fear and fantasy, as they mingled at conventions that drew thousands. Meanwhile, in the heart of New Orleans, where the air was thick with the scent of spices and the whispers of the past, vampire lore flourished. The annual Vampire Ball was a grand spectacle, where participants donned elaborate costumes and danced the night away. It was a celebration of the macabre, steeped in the rich traditions of the city's haunted history. Here, the vampire was not merely a figure of terror but a symbol of freedom, a way to explore the boundaries of identity and sexuality. Social media platforms exploded with vampire-themed content with hashtags like vampire, life, trending as people shared their love for the mystical beings. From TikTok dances inspired by vampire movies to Instagram photos of gatherings in dark attire, the digital age had given rise to a new generation of vampire enthusiasts. Artists, writers, and creators found inspiration in the timeless tale of the vampire, producing a relentless stream of content that kept the legend alive. But it wasn't just about entertainment. At its core, the globalization of vampire culture was a reflection of society's struggles. The eternal conflict of the vampire, caught between human desires and monstrous instincts, mirrored the complexities of modern life. People felt a connection to the vampire's struggle for belonging and acceptance as they navigated their own lives filled with uncertainty. The vampire's ability to live forever resonated with a society ever more obsessed with youth and beauty, fueling a fascination that seemed to border on obsession. In the shadows of the digital age, where people often felt disconnected despite being hyper-connected, the vampire offered an escape. It was an embodiment of the darker side of humanity, allowing fans to explore themes of immortality, love, and loss without the constraints of reality. Vampire novels topped bestseller lists, while TV shows and movies dominated streaming services, proving that the thirst for these creatures was unquenchable. Yet, lurking beneath the glamour and allure was an undercurrent of fear. The vampire had always represented the fear of the unknown, and in a world that felt increasingly chaotic, this fear took on new meaning. As cultures collided and blended, the vampire became a way to confront these anxieties, a symbol that transcended borders and spoke to a universal experience. As crowds gathered at conventions, the excitement was palpable. People dressed as their favorite characters, their faces painted with dramatic shades of red and black. They shared stories, laughed, and reveled in the community that had formed around a shared passion. In that space, it was easy to forget about the troubles of the world outside. Here, the spirit of the vampire was alive and thriving, a testament to the power of imagination and culture. In the midst of this celebration, a young woman stood apart, her gaze fixed on a distant corner of the room. She felt the weight of centuries on her shoulders as she pondered the legacy of the vampire. To her, it was more than just a fleeting trend. It was a profound connection to history and mythology. As she traced her finger along the spine of a book filled with tales of the undead, she felt a shiver run down her spine. The stories of old echoed in her mind, calling to her, urging her to seek out the truth behind the legends. What was it about the vampire that captivated so many, drawing people from all walks of life into its dark embrace? The answers lay hidden within the shadows of history, waiting to be uncovered. The clock struck midnight, and the energy in the room shifted. An electric tension crackled in the air, as if the very essence of the vampire was awakening. It whispered promises of adventure and danger, beckoning to those brave enough to venture deeper into the heart of its global culture. As the night wore on, laughter and music filled the air, blending with the sound of whispered secrets. Somewhere in the crowd, the young woman felt a pull, a magnetic force drawing her closer to the heart of the gathering. It felt as if the very fabric of reality was being woven with threads of the past and present, creating a tapestry that was both beautiful and haunting. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of tales yet to unfold as the world outside faded into darkness, and the night transformed into something magical and eternal. The moon hung low in the sky, a silver eye watching over a world steeped in shadows. A figure glided through the darkened streets, her silhouette barely discernible beneath the cloak of night. She was both captivating and terrifying, a creature of desire and dread. In the stories whispered around flickering candlelight, she was known as the vampire, a being who danced on the edge of mortality and immortality. But in her seductive embrace lay a complex tapestry woven with the threads of femininity, power, and fear. In ancient folklore, the vampire woman was not merely a monster, she was a reflection of society's deepest anxieties and desires, from the seductive Lamia of Greek mythology, who lured children to their doom, to the Slavic Strigoi, who returned from the grave to haunt the living. Female vampires embodied both allure and danger. They existed in the spaces between the known and the unknown, where the lines of good and evil blurred. These archetypes were steeped in historical context, drawing from a time when women were often seen as the bearers of both life and death. The figure of Lilith, for instance, loomed large in the collective imagination. According to Jewish folklore, she was Adam's first wife, cast out for refusing to submit to him. In her exile, she transformed into a demoness, preying on men and newborns alike. Lilith symbolized the fear of the independent woman, a creature who defied societal norms and embraced her own desires. Her vampiric nature reflected the darker side of femininity, the power that women held but often feared to wield. As centuries passed, the vampire narrative evolved, intertwining with the cultural currents of each era. In medieval Europe, tales of the vampire took on a new form, shaped by the fears of witchcraft and the rise of the Inquisition. Women accused of witchcraft were often portrayed as seductresses, using their charms to ensnare the innocent. In these stories, the vampire became a metaphor for the dangers of female sexuality, a force to be controlled, feared, and ultimately destroyed. The vampire's allure was not solely about blood, it was about a deep-seated thirst for freedom. The legendary Countess Elizabeth Bathory, known as the Blood Countess, epitomized this struggle. She famously bathed in the blood of young maidens, believing it would preserve her youth and beauty. But her tale was more than macabre fascination. It was a reflection of a woman grappling with power in a patriarchal society. Bathory's actions were both grotesque and mesmerizing, a dark echo of the lengths to which women would go to reclaim agency in a world that sought to confine them. In the 19th century, the literary vampire emerged, immortalized through the works of authors like Bram Stoker and Sheridan Le Fanu. Stoker's Dracula featured Mina Harker, a woman caught between the civilized world and the primal allure of the Count. She embodied the conflict of Victorian womanhood, a dutiful wife and a subject of desire. As Mina succumbed to Dracula's influence, the narrative played out the fears of an era that grappled with the role of women. The vampire became a symbol of both liberation and destruction, capturing the imagination while sparking debates on morality and femininity. The allure of the vampire continued to evolve, mirroring the changing status of women throughout history. The 20th century saw the rise of new archetypes in vampire lore, from the seductive femme fatale to the tragic figure caught between two worlds. Characters like Buffy Summers challenged the stereotypes, presenting a strong female lead who wielded power rather than being victimized by it. In this portrayal, the vampire became a symbol of strength, resilience, and the fight against oppression. Yet, even in stories of empowerment, the shadows remained. The femme fatale, often depicted as dangerous and otherworldly, played into the anxieties surrounding female independence. She was both a savior and a threat, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of desire. The line between victim and predator was thin, and the narrative often shifted to maintain the fear of the empowered woman. As the 21st century dawned, vampire stories became increasingly complex, moving away from simple binaries of good and evil. The rise of series like Twilight and True Blood presented female characters who were multifaceted, grappling with their identities in a world that demanded they conform. These modern-day vampires became symbols of liberation, breaking free from the constraints of traditional roles. Yet the duality persisted. While they sought freedom, they also faced the age-old struggle against the consequences of their desires. In every tale, the feminine archetype within vampire lore reflected the shifting tides of societal norms. Each character, each story, encapsulated the fears, hopes, and complexities of womanhood throughout history. They danced in the shadows, embodying the very essence of what it meant to be both powerful and vulnerable. The moon continued its silent vigil, casting dreams and nightmares upon the earth. In the quiet corners of the night, the stories of these women breathed life into the darkness. With every whisper of silk and every glint of fang, the saga unfolded, a relentless cycle of passion, fear, and liberation. Each tale was a mirror, reflecting not only the nature of the vampire but also the evolving narrative of femininity itself, a dance between creation and destruction, desire and restraint. And in the haunting echoes of their stories, the night awaited its next chapter, where the line between enchantment and horror remained tantalizingly blurred, always promising more desire, more fear, more stories yet to be told. A murmur rippled through the dimly lit ballroom, where silk gowns brushed against each other like whispers of secrets too dangerous to share. Laughter mingled with the sweet strains of a violin, but beneath the surface, an undercurrent of tension thrummed. The chandelier above sparkled like 1,000 watchful eyes, reflecting the flickering candlelight as if to symbolize the duality of the night, comforting yet filled with lurking shadows, seductive yet perilous. In corners cloaked in darkness, couples danced, their movements fluid, yet charged with an electric intimacy. The air thickened as the scent of skin and sweat mingled with the faint aroma of wine, a heady concoction that blurred the lines between ecstasy and danger. This was a world where desire and fear walked hand in hand, a world where the whispered tales of vampires began to take shape. As history has shown, the allure of vampires has always been intertwined with the human experience of sexuality. These creatures, said to inhabit the borders between life and death, tapped into the primal instincts that lay dormant within the human soul. Their fangs, gleaming under the moonlight, represented not just the act of feeding, but a more intimate, consuming connection. With each bite, there was an unspoken promise of pleasure and pain, a mingling of existence that stirred a deep yearning in both predator and prey. In ancient times, tales of vampiric beings were often tied to the fears and desires of those who spun them. The Slavic folklore spoke of the strigoi, restless spirits who returned from the grave, often to seduce the living. With their ability to shapeshift, they invoked a primal terror coupled with an undeniable attraction. The stories warned of their seductive dances under the full moon, where they would lure unsuspecting victims into the night, promising an experience that was both intoxicating and deadly. Vampires became reflections of society's evolving views on sexuality. In the Victorian era, as repressed desires simmered beneath the surface of propriety, literature began to embrace the dark fantasy of the vampire. Bram Stoker's Dracula emerged in 1897, a masterstroke that captured the zeitgeist of an age torn between the allure of the forbidden and the fear of moral decay. The character of Count Dracula was not merely a monster, he embodied the temptation of sexuality that society sought to suppress. His charm and charisma masked a predatory nature, inviting readers to confront their own hidden desires. Think of Lucy Westenra, torn between the safety of her betrothed and the intoxicating allure of the vampire. Her transformation from a demure girl into a figure of wild passion echoed the struggles faced by women of that era. Caught between societal expectations and the primal urges that lay within, the blood she offered was not just sustenance, but a symbol of surrender, a willingness to embrace the wildness that society sought to tame. In her final moments, the horror of her fate became a poignant reminder of the consequences of desire unchecked. As centuries passed, the vampire myth continued to evolve, reflecting the social mores of each generation. The 20th century introduced a wave of films and literature that explored the sexuality of vampires in more explicit ways. The seductive yet dangerous nature of these creatures became a metaphor for the taboo, a representation of forbidden love that challenged societal norms. Consider the haunting imagery of Anne Rice's The Vampire Chronicles, where vampires grappled with their eternal existence while navigating complex emotional landscapes of love and loss. The act of feeding became a sensuous dance, and sexuality was woven into the very fabric of their existence. The tension spiraled further as the modern era embraced even more radical interpretations. With works like Twilight, the vampire mythos was repackaged for a new generation, one that sought to balance the thrill of desire with notions of love and loyalty. The spark between Bella and Edward encapsulated a teenage yearning, a bittersweet longing that balanced the thrill of attraction with the fear of the unknown. The seductive danger of the vampire became a safe space for young readers to explore their feelings, a playground where emotions ran wild and desires could be both expressed and contained. Yet, lurking within this seductive facade, the darker side of sexuality remained. The vampire myth illuminated the fears of exploitation and power dynamics that often accompany desire. Within the shadows, the relationships portrayed were not always consensual. They carried hints of manipulation, where the thrill of seduction blurred with the threat of violence. This duality served as a reminder of the complexities of human relationships, where love and power often intersect in unpredictable ways. In contemporary narratives, the vampire continues to serve as a symbol for various aspects of sexuality. LGBTQ+ interpretations have emerged, where vampires embody the struggles of acceptance and the quest for identity. The idea of being an eternal outsider resonates deeply, allowing for explorations of desire that transcend traditional boundaries. The vampire becomes a canvas for expressing the full spectrum of human sexuality, challenging norms and pushing boundaries in ways that both thrill and unsettle. As the echoes of laughter and music faded from the ballroom, the tension hung in the air like a thick fog. The couples who once danced now lingered in the shadows, where flesh met with the promise of something darker and more exhilarating. The flicker of candlelight cast long ghostly shadows upon the walls, hinting at the stories still to be told, an endless cycle of attraction, danger, and the insatiable hunger that defined the vampire myth. As the night deepened, the line between pleasure and peril blurred, leaving a lingering question. In a world that craved connection, how much of ourselves are we willing to surrender to the seductive bite of desire? The night was thick with an unsettling stillness, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves in the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. Shadows danced across the cobblestones of a forgotten village, where gas lamps flickered like the last breaths of an expiring fire. It was a place where the stories of the past lingered like ghosts, waiting to whisper their secrets to anyone brave enough to listen. In that silence, the air crackled with the tension of something unseen, something lurking just beyond the edge of the light. A figure moved through the darkness, cloaked in black. It was a woman, her pale skin almost luminescent against the backdrop of night. With every step, she felt the weight of history pressing down upon her, as old as the stones beneath her feet. For centuries, tales of creatures that feasted on the living had gripped the imagination of humanity, and she was one of them, one of the feared, one of the other. In her eyes a storm brewed, reflecting the struggles of those who had been labeled as outsiders throughout time. The vampire has long been a symbol of the other, a figure that exists on the fringes of society. They embody our deepest fears and darkest desires, representing everything that humanity tries to hide. In the Middle Ages, during a time when ignorance thrived like weeds in a garden, people looked to the supernatural to explain the unexplainable. When the plague swept through Europe, killing millions, the need to find a scapegoat became urgent. Thus, the vampire legend was born, a convenient monster to account for the chaos surrounding them. Villagers, terrified of the unknown, began to suspect their neighbors, believing that the dead were rising from their graves to haunt them. Historians tell us of the trials that ensued, where innocent lives were snuffed out under the weight of fear. Imagine a young girl, no older than 10, accused of witchcraft because of a strange mark on her arm, a sign of possession, they said. She would be dragged from her home, her cries unheard, as the townspeople rallied to their cause, their hearts hardened by the belief that monsters walked among them. In such moments, the vampire became not just a creature of the night, but a reflection of humanity's own darkness, a mirror held up to society's growing paranoia. The girl's fate was sealed by the collective fear of the other. As the centuries rolled on, the vampire transformed yet again. By the time the Enlightenment graced Europe, the vampire took on new meanings. No longer just a creature of superstition, they became a figure of romance and tragedy. Authors like John Polidori and Bram Stoker skillfully wove narratives that showcased the vampire as a tortured soul, a being caught between two worlds. They evoked sympathy, drawing readers into their dark allure. The vampire became a representation of forbidden desires and the struggle against societal norms, allowing the other to take center stage. The woman in black felt the currents of these historical shifts ripple through her as she walked, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what her kind had endured. In many cultures, Vampires were not just creatures to be feared. They were the misunderstood, the marginalized. In ancient Slavic folklore, the vampire was often seen as a failed human, someone who didn't fit neatly into the roles society laid out. They were the outcasts, the misfits, condemned to roam the earth, forever yearning for acceptance. But acceptance is often just a fleeting dream for those labeled as the other. Take, for instance, the tale of Elizabeth Bathory, who, fueled by the belief that the blood of virgins would keep her youthful, descended into madness. She became a figure of horror, her name synonymous with cruelty. Yet beneath the surface one could argue she was a woman trapped in her own prison, an echo of the fears of women who sought power in a patriarchal society that sought to suppress them. The vampire myth was reshaped once more, a reflection of gender and power, of society's fears regarding those who dared defy the status quo. The woman paused, her breath visible in the chilling air, thinking of her own struggle against the weight of history. Her very existence was a defiance against the narrative spun by those who feared the unknown. The concept of the other had woven itself into the fabric of her being, an intangible thread connecting her to all those who had come before her. She recalled the whispers of the ancients, how they had been both hunter and hunted, feared and revered. The moon hung high, illuminating a nearby graveyard, each headstone a testament to the lives once lived and lost. It was a place where the stories of the dead mingled with the living, where the boundary between reality and myth blurred. She stepped closer, feeling an electric pulse in the air, as if the very ground beneath her was alive with memories. In those moments, the line between predator and prey became increasingly thin. The vampire, once a figure of terror, morphed into a representation of humanity's struggle against its own demons. Society projected its fears, desires, and aspirations onto these creatures, crafting them into something both beautiful and horrifying. In the distance, a howling wind echoed, sending shivers down her spine. The chill was a reminder that the night held secrets, secrets that had been buried beneath the weight of centuries. The woman felt herself being pulled deeper into the shadows, where history waited, eager to share its tales of the monstrous and the misunderstood. But just as she was about to step forward, a sudden rustle broke the stillness. She turned, heart racing, as a pair of glowing eyes pierced through the darkness. The hunt was on, and she was both the hunted and the hunter, forever entwined in a dance with her own reflection, a reflection of the other that the world had long sought to silence. The moon hung low in the velvet sky, casting a silver glow that danced upon the cobblestone streets of an ancient village. Shadows flickered with a life of their own as small, shuttered windows whispered secrets of the night. It was here, in this world of flickering candlelight and hushed whispers, that the vampire emerged, not merely as a creature of the dark, but as a potent symbol of fear and desire. In the age of folklore, when tales of the undead haunted the imaginations of many, the figure of the vampire became a reflection of humanity's deepest anxieties and yearnings. How easy it was to conjure fear from the unknown. The villagers, cloaked in their own uncertainties, spoke of a being that roamed the night, beautiful yet terrifying, seductive yet monstrous. For every heart that raced at the thought of being devoured, there was another that fluttered at the prospect of being desired, even by something so dark. The vampire, with its alluring charm, became a mirror, revealing the fragile line between danger and desire. It lived in the stories told around the fire, where the flickering flames cast shadows larger than life. As the elders spoke of blood-drinking fiends who lured innocent souls, the children listened, wide-eyed and shivering, half in fear, half in fascination. The tales were woven with threads of dread, yet each narrative sparkled with an undeniable allure, hinting at something forbidden and deeply thrilling. In the 18th century, the rise of Gothic literature brought forth figures like Count Dracula, who embodied both the deadly terror of an immortal predator and the intoxicating allure of eternal life. Readers found themselves torn. Would they flee in terror from the fangs that promised death, or step closer, seduced by the whispered promise of passion that came with such a creature? The battle between fear and desire played out on the pages, much like the struggle within the human heart. Consider the lavish banquets where nobles feasted, cloaked in opulence and privilege, yet haunted by the specter of death. The vampire became a symbol for these unspoken fears, a reminder that even the most extravagant lives could be snuffed out in an instant. The more the wealthy indulged in their desires, the more they became aware of the shadow lurking just behind them. The vampire's allure matched the glamour of the ballrooms. It was a dangerous dance between seduction and despair. As the stories spread from one trembling mouth to another, villagers began to weave the vampire into the fabric of their own fears. In Eastern Europe, tales of the Strigoi and Nosferatu spoke of restless souls returning from the grave. These were not merely monsters. They were the manifestations of grief, loss, and the insatiable longing for what had been lost. Each retelling brought with it a shiver, a reminder of the thin veil separating life from death, passion from violence. In the dark corners of the world, where superstition still held sway, the vampire became the ultimate embodiment of desire. It offered the promise of immortality, an escape from the relentless march of time. To be desired by such a creature was a gift, albeit a dangerous one. Women, drawn to the idea of being loved by a figure who transcended the ordinary, often found themselves torn between the thrill of the eternal and the reality of their mortality. The vampire's kiss, both a blessing and a curse, left behind a longing that transcended the grave. The 19th century saw a resurgence of these themes, with writers and thinkers exploring the intersection of fear and desire in new and profound ways. They began to realize that the vampire was more than just a monster. It was a reflection of unfulfilled dreams and hidden truths. In the works of authors like Anne Rice, the vampire became a tragic figure, eternally yearning for connection, yet bound by the chains of its own nature. The tension of attraction and repulsion simmered just beneath the surface of the words, creating a palpable energy that drew readers in, begging them to confront their own fears and desires. Even in the music halls and theaters, the vampire danced through the imaginations of audiences, captivating them with a mix of horror and allure. Characters like Carmilla, a seductive female vampire, challenged the conventional notions of desire, inviting women to embrace their passions while navigating the treacherous waters of their own identities. Her tales spoke of a longing that society often stifled, allowing the audience to glimpse their own desires reflected in her shadowy form. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into darkness, the allure of the vampire lingered in the air. Beyond the horror lay a deeper truth, the fear of rejection, the longing for connection, and the insatiable desire to be seen and loved. The vampire, with its cold touch and sharp fangs, was not just a monster to be feared. It was a mirror to the soul, revealing the vulnerabilities that often lay hidden behind the facade of strength. In this world, suffused with longing and dread, the vampire became a symbol of the eternal struggle between light and dark, love and loss. The townsfolk whispered stories that echoed through the ages, each retelling a reminder of the complex dance between fear and desire. Just as a moth flutters toward the flame, drawn by the promise of warmth and light, humanity remained entranced by the vampire's dark embrace. As the night deepened and shadows lengthened, the stories continued to swirl around the fire, drawing listeners into their seductive grasp. The tension hung thick in the air, an electric promise of what was to come. With every heartbeat, the fear of the unknown intertwined with a desperate desire for connection. The line between predator and prey blurred, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats, hearts racing in anticipation, unable to look away from the dark enchantment that beckoned them into the night. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling sensation crept through the dusty streets of medieval towns. Shadows lengthened, and whispers about creatures that stalked the night spread like wildfire. But these were not mere figments of imagination. They were born from the intersection of ancient beliefs and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. In this eerie twilight, the thin veil between the living and the dead rendered the air electric, pregnant with fear and curiosity about what lurked beyond. Long before the tales of vampires took shape, ancient civilizations grappled with the mysteries of life and death. The Sumerians, with their pantheon of gods, believed that the dead could return to consume the living, a fear that seeped into their burial practices. They placed food and drink beside corpses, hoping to appease any restless spirits. In Egypt, the revered Book of the Dead guided souls through the afterlife, ensuring that the deceased could navigate the treacherous realm that awaited them. These early beliefs seeded the notion of a life beyond death, where the boundary between the sacred and the profane was blurred, setting the stage for what was to come. As Christianity swept over Europe, a new narrative began to take root. The Church sought to control the fear of the unknown, crafting a worldview where sin and redemption danced hand in hand. The image of the vampire morphed dramatically, intertwining with Scripture and early Christian doctrine. The figure of the vampire became a perversion of religious beliefs, a shadowy reflection of humanity's deepest fears about sin, punishment, and the eternal consequences of one's actions. The vampire, with its insatiable thirst for blood, mirrored the soul's hunger for salvation, forever grappling with its own sinful nature. In this context, the vampire emerged as a symbol of moral transgression, a creature that defied the sacred laws of life and death. Church leaders warned of the consequences of a life lived in sin, where the damned could rise from their graves, tormented and thirsty for the very essence of life they had squandered. These tales sent shivers down the spines of believers, reinforcing the notion that the violation of divine laws could lead to a fate worse than death itself. The vampire, with its pale skin and hypnotic gaze, transformed into a warning, a specter of what could happen if one strayed too far from the path of righteousness. The medieval period was a time when the fear of the undead escalated. Witch hunts, fueled by religious fervor, intensified the mythos surrounding the vampire. People believed that those who practiced witchcraft could harness dark powers, including the ability to rise from the grave. The Church, in its quest to eradicate what it deemed heretical, often conflated witches with vampires, deepening the fear that swept through towns. Those accused of witchcraft faced brutal fates. Stakes were driven through their hearts, long believed to be the ultimate prevention against the return of the dead to haunt the living. The flames that consumed them were viewed as purifying, a sacrificial cleansing of the community's sins. In Eastern Europe, a fresh wave of terror emerged, bringing vampire lore to unprecedented heights. The Slavic regions, rich with folklore, birthed tales of the upir, a creature that fed on the blood of the living. These stories were intertwined with local customs and fears. Graveyards became sites of rituals where families strove to protect their loved ones from the clutches of the undead. Garlic hung over doorways, and crosses were carved into door frames, serving as wards against the lurking evil. Intriguingly, the Church began to adopt these local beliefs, integrating them into its practices, further blurring the lines between faith and fear. As the centuries wore on, the influence of religion continued to shape vampire beliefs in chilling ways. The Reformation sparked a re-examination of faith, leading to a rise in superstitions. Fear of the supernatural flourished, and tales of bloodsuckers crept into the literature of the time. Prominent figures such as Bram Stoker would later weave these religious themes into their narratives, channeling centuries-old fears into iconic tales that captivated the hearts of readers. Stoker's Dracula became not just a story of terror, but a reflection of society's unending struggle with sin, redemption, and the eternal battle between light and darkness. And yet, amid the dread, there lingered a fascination, an undeniable allure that drew people to the vampire mythos. The Church's portrayal of these beings as harbingers of doom only intensified the intrigue. People were both repulsed and enchanted by the idea that one could flirt with the edge of damnation while yearning for the sweetness of life. The vampire, cursed and condemned, became a paradox, a figure of both horror and desire, embodying the eternal conflict between the sacred and the profane. In the quiet corners of history, the echoes of fear and fascination continued to spiral, wrapping themselves around the hearts of those who dared to listen. Religious beliefs shaped the vampire narrative, sculpting a creature that could haunt dreams and ignite passions. This shadowy figure embodied humanity's deepest fears, an eternal reminder of the consequences of straying from the path of righteousness. Tales of the vampire became woven into the fabric of society, a thread that connected the realms of the living with the mysterious beyond. As darkness enveloped the land, the vampire legend persisted, a haunting melody that played in the minds of the faithful and the curious alike. History's embrace wrapped tightly around this myth, pulling it into the present, where echoes of the past could still be felt in the chill of the night air. Each successive generation painted new layers over the old tales, enriching them with their own fears, desires, and beliefs. The vampire stood as a testament to the enduring power of folklore, a symbol of the human condition forever entwined with the influence of religion. The night grew darker, and somewhere in the distance a lone wolf howled, a reminder that even in the modern age the shadows still held their secrets, waiting for the right moment to rise and reclaim their place in the world of the living. The ancient tales of the vampire were far from over. They were merely transforming, evolving to fit the fears and desires of a new era. The chill of a moonlit night hung in the air, thick with untold stories and rituals long forgotten. A lone figure stood at the edge of an ancient forest, staring into the shadows where the trees whispered secrets of the past. Blood, vital, raw, and powerful, had woven itself into the very fabric of human existence, a thread connecting cultures, traditions, and belief systems across centuries. From the dawn of humanity, blood was seen as more than just the fluid coursing through veins. It was life itself, a powerful symbol of kinship and sacrifice. In ancient Egypt, the scarlet liquid was a divine essence, believed to hold the power of the gods. Priests and pharaohs would offer sacrifices, letting the blood of sacred animals flow to appease deities. This act wasn't mere ritual. It was a desperate plea for favor, a connection forged through life's essence. Across the oceans, in the heart of the Americas, the Aztecs revered blood in a way that transcended the physical realm. They believed their sun god, Huitzilopochtli, required nourishment to battle the darkness. Thus, human sacrifice became a sacred duty, a dramatic ballet of life and death on temple steps. Each drop of blood was a promise, a prayer for survival in a world where celestial battles dictated fate. As the sun rose, it bathed the altar in hues of red, an eternal reminder that life could only flourish through sacrifice. In the throbbing cities of the Middle Ages, blood signified lineage and loyalty. The nobility wore their bloodlines like armor, a shield against the encroaching chaos of peasant revolts. Kings and queens would spill blood on the battlefield, not just in war, but in the intricate dance of politics and power. The phrase "nobility by blood" held weight. It defined social standing, forged alliances through marriage, and stirred the ashes of ancient feuds. Each royal birth, celebrated with fanfare, echoed the belief that blood itself conferred greatness. Yet, blood's significance was not limited to the grandiose. In the quiet confines of homes, it whispered tales of family and belonging. A mother's blood was a bond that transcended generations, a lineage of love and struggle. The red thread of life wove family trees, each branch laden with stories of triumph and tragedy. The blood of ancestors coursed through modern veins, a constant reminder of where one came from and the legacy carried forward. As time marched on, the cultural significance of blood didn't wane. It evolved. Consider the rituals of initiation among various tribes, where young boys and girls were marked by blood, symbolizing their transition into adulthood. In the Australian Aboriginal cultures, the bloodlines connected them to the land itself. The Dreamtime stories came alive with the echoes of their ancestors, reminding them of their roles as caretakers of the earth. Their blood was not just theirs. It belonged to the very ground they walked upon. In contrast, during the Enlightenment, the narrative shifted. Blood began to take on a scientific hue, dissected and analyzed under the bright lights of reason. The discoveries of blood types and the functions of blood cells attempted to strip away the mystique, reducing the sacred to mere biology. Yet, even as science sought to categorize and define, the cultural ties remained unbroken. Blood donation became an act of humanity, where one life could sustain another. It was no longer just family or tribe. It transformed into a global connection, a universal lifeline. As the 20th century unfurled its banners of conflict and change, blood became a symbol of both unity and division. War spilled blood onto foreign soils, creating a tapestry of shared suffering. The blood of soldiers mingled with that of civilians, creating an indelible mark on history. Yet, while some rallied behind banners, others used blood to claim their identity, embracing it as a badge of honor in struggles against oppression. The civil rights movements, the fight for independence, and the cries for freedom were all laced with the powerful imagery of blood, sacrifices made for the sake of future generations. And in the realms of art and literature, blood continued to bleed into the human experience. Writers and poets wielded it like a brush, painting vivid illustrations of love, loss, and passion. The blood of characters on the page resonated with readers, evoking feelings of empathy and connection. From Shakespeare's tragic tales of betrayal to the heart-wrenching narratives of modern literature, blood became a constant motif, a reminder of our shared humanity. In present-day society, blood still commands attention. The red ribbon symbolizes the fight against AIDS, a testament to the power of blood to unite in the face of adversity. Social media campaigns rally around blood donation, igniting emotions and instilling a sense of collective responsibility. The pulse of the world beats stronger as people recognize that their blood could save a life, transforming the act into a contemporary ritual of care and compassion. As the figure at the edge of the forest took a deep breath, they felt the weight of history surrounding them, echoes of sacrifices, promises, and connections that transcended time. The significance of blood was woven into every culture, every story, and every heartbeat. Yet, beneath its surface lay even darker tales, whispers of betrayal and loss, the haunting shadows of history that lingered just out of sight. Would the next chapter reveal the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, where blood became a symbol of division, hatred, and desperation? In the silence of the night, the forest held its breath, waiting for the next revelation to unfold. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a silvery glow on the streets below. Shadows danced as whispers echoed in the night, carrying tales of those who walked among them, beautiful, enchanting, yet darkly mysterious. The global vampire community was not confined to the pages of fiction. It pulsed with life and intrigue, a tapestry woven from the threads of history, myth, and raw human emotion. In the dimly lit corners of cities worldwide, subcultures thrived. The Gothic scene, with its dark clothing and brooding music, emerged in the late 20th century, serving as a magnet for those who felt out of place in the daylight world. It was here that individuals expressed their inner turmoil, cloaked in layers of lace and velvet, adorned with silver jewelry and haunting makeup. They found solace in each other, united by a shared fascination with the mythical creatures of the night. The allure of vampires was irresistible, a symbol of freedom, rebellion, and the eternal struggle against the mundane. But the roots of this modern fascination stretch far deeper. The concept of the vampire has danced through the ages, from ancient Sumerian myths with their blood-drinking demons to the tales of Eastern European folklore. In the 18th century, tales of the undead began to take a more romantic turn in literature, thanks to works like The Vampire by John Polidori. This marked the beginning of a cultural shift, where vampires transformed from monstrous creatures into tragic heroes, loved and feared in equal measure. As the centuries rolled on, the vampire became an icon of sexuality, danger, and allure. The 19th century saw the publication of Bram Stoker's Dracula, a literary masterpiece that cemented the vampire's presence in popular culture. The character of Count Dracula captured the imagination of readers worldwide, embodying the tension between desire and danger. This tension reverberated through the ages, giving rise to countless interpretations, each one adding layers to the vampire mythos that enthralled generations. Fast forward to the late 20th century, and the vampire emerged from the shadows into the spotlight of mainstream media. Films like The Lost Boys and Interview with the Vampire showcase the duality of vampire existence, immortal yet cursed, seductive yet terrifying. Such portrayals allowed the global vampire community to flourish. People found each other online and offline, forming groups and gathering in secretive clubs. They exchanged ideas, shared passions, and celebrated the night together. In these gatherings, the ambiance was electric, filled with laughter and the tantalizing scent of mystery. Participants wore elaborate costumes, channeling their favorite characters, sharing stories that sent shivers down spines. Yet, what lay beneath the surface was often a deeper yearning for acceptance and understanding. Many in the community struggled with their identities, seeking connection in a world that often felt cold and unyielding. They found that connection in the embrace of the vampire subculture, a safe haven where they could explore their darkest fears and wildest fantasies. As the years rolled on, the subcultures evolved, branching out into various movements. The sanguinarian vampires, those who consumed blood, claimed a unique identity, drawing upon ancient rituals. For them, the act of drinking blood was a deeply spiritual experience, a merging of souls, pushing the boundaries of intimacy to new heights. They often faced skepticism and misunderstanding, yet their bonds provided a sense of belonging that transcended societal norms. In contrast, the more eclectic groups, such as the vampire lifestylers, sought to embody the essence of vampirism without the consumption of blood. Their gatherings were filled with poetry, art, and philosophical discussions. They reveled in the aesthetic, celebrating the beauty of darkness and the creative expression it inspired. To them, it was not just about the supernatural, it was about embracing life in all its complexity, living on the edge of both light and shadow. The vampire community also found a voice through social media, where blogs, forums, and platforms allowed members to share their experiences and passions. This digital evolution expanded the reach of the subculture, connecting individuals from all corners of the globe. They shared stories of alienation, love, heartbreak, and the thrill of the macabre. Documentaries and web series explored the lives of self-identified vampires, bringing their struggles and joys into the public eye, challenging the existing narratives about who they were and what they represented. Yet, lurking beneath the vibrant surface was a darker reality. The community faced scrutiny and misunderstanding from the outside world. Misconceptions about blood drinking, rituals, and lifestyle choices led to sensationalized portrayals in the media, often reducing complex individuals to mere caricatures. Some members fought tirelessly against the stigma, seeking to educate others, while others chose to retreat deeper into the shadows, protecting their identity and their lifestyle from prying eyes. As the dawn broke over the global vampire community, the lines between reality and myth blurred further. Each gathering, each whispered secret, added new chapters to a living legend. With every heartbeat, the community pulsed with life, celebrating the night, embracing their uniqueness, and fostering connections that transcended the ordinary. The world outside might have remained skeptical, but within the community, the bonds forged in darkness shone brighter than ever. This world thrived in the twilight, where creativity intertwined with the bizarre, where every story echoed with emotions that resonated in the hearts of those who dared to feel. The vampire community was not merely a collection of individuals. It was a testament to the human experience, a mosaic of dreams, fears, and an unquenchable thirst for connection. As the night continued to fall, the stories lingered, waiting to unfold, daring those who would listen to walk the line between the known and the unknown, forever inviting them deeper into the shadowy embrace of the extraordinary. The night was a canvas painted in shadows, where only the pale light of the moon offered a glimpse of the ancient trees that whispered secrets to the wind. Beneath their gnarled branches lay stories of creatures that stirred the deepest fears of humanity, beings that thrived in the darkness, waiting for a moment to slip into the realm of the living. Among them, one figure loomed above the rest, a specter woven into the fabric of folklore, the vampire. From the frostbitten landscapes of Eastern Europe to the sun-soaked hills of the Caribbean, tales of bloodsuckers have haunted the imaginations of countless generations. In Romania, whispers of the infamous Vlad the Impaler twisted through the ages, where the blood of his foes supposedly fed his insatiable thirst for power and immortality. His reign of terror blended into the eerie allure of the undead, embedding itself into the very soil of Transylvania. Here, villagers would cross themselves at the mention of his name, fearing that even the shadows could harbor his malevolence. As the townsfolk would gather around flickering fires, stories of the Strigoi began to surface, soul-stealing revenants that rose from their graves to seek vengeance. These creatures, with their sunken eyes and skeletal frames, embodied the fears of the living. Cautionary tales warned that if a family member died unexpectedly, they might return to feast on the life of the living. The air would grow thick with tension as children clung to their mothers, wide-eyed and trembling. The story of the Strigoi was not just a chilling tale, it was a warning, a pulse of fear that coursed through the veins of the community. But the tales did not end there. Across the ocean, the Caribbean offered its own brand of terror with the legend of the succubus, a creature born from the nightmares of enslaved African souls. This vampire, often depicted as a beautiful woman, would seduce men into her embrace before draining them of life and spirit under the cover of darkness. The haunting cries of those who fell victim to her charm echoed through the swaying palm trees, reminding the living that beauty can mask the most deadly of intentions. The rhythmic beat of drums in the night became a bittersweet reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of survival, a struggle against the darkness personified. In the icy reaches of the north, the tales of the Apotamkin emerged from the fog, a creature whose ghastly visage was enough to freeze the heart of even the bravest warrior. Hailing from the shores of the Inuit, this vampire was said to be a malevolent spirit that prowled the land, hungry for the warmth of the living. Legends warned of how it lured its prey with the promise of companionship, only to devour their very essence, leaving behind nothing but a hollow shell. The cold winds howled through the tent flaps, a chilling reminder of the lurking danger that could snatch away life in an instant. As the clock struck midnight and the moon reached its zenith, a shiver ran down the spines of those who shared the stories of these creatures. They knew the tensions that filled the night air were not merely superstition, centuries of tales intertwined with the anxieties of life and death. The vampires represented the unknown, a dark mirror reflecting humanity's greatest fears: loss, betrayal, and the fragility of existence. In the depths of a silent forest, the chill of the night wrapped around a young girl, a single candle flickering in her grasp. She had heard the stories, and tonight her heart raced with a mix of terror and courage. the elders had spoken of the vampire that roamed these woods, its thirst as eternal as the moon above. They said it could smell fear, and she could feel it creeping into her bones. Yet she pressed on, driven by an urge that pulled her deeper into the shadows. In the midst of her quest, she stumbled upon an ancient tomb. Its stones weathered yet resolute against the test of time. Here, the tales of the past whispered louder, each crack in the stone telling of lives lost and souls trapped in a cycle of hunger. The atmosphere thickened, and as she placed her hand on the cold surface, the air shifted. Was it the wind, or was it something far more sinister? The girl could almost hear the echoes of 1,000 stories, each one laced with longing and despair. Meanwhile, across the world, in a forgotten castle nestled among the mountains of Bulgaria, a different tale began to unfold. The Count, known only by the whispers that filled the halls, was said to have dined on the blood of kings. His existence a testament to the dark allure of immortality. His presence was felt in every corner, a chilling breeze that made the candles flicker. In the shadows of his castle the air grew dense with secrets, the walls steeped in the echoes of laughter and screams alike. The townspeople feared him, yet they were inexplicably drawn to his enigma, caught in a web spun from seduction and dread. As night bled into dawn, the line between the living and the undead blurred, a dance of shadows and light. The very essence of vampiric folklore intertwined with the fabric of human experience, spinning a tapestry of emotions that reflected the darkest corners of the soul. With each story shared, the legend grew, feeding on the fears and hopes of those who dared to utter its name. The world was a stage where vampires played their parts, flickering between myth and reality, while the hearts of all who listened quickened in anticipation. Somewhere, in a dimly lit room filled with hushed voices, a new story was beginning to take shape, a fresh chapter in the endless saga of cryptids and creatures that haunted the night, forever cycling through the shadows, ready to ensnare the next unwary soul. In the flickering glow of a computer screen, shadows danced eerily across the walls, twisting and contorting like the tales of old. An unsuspecting young woman, Sarah, scrolled through her social media feed, her heart racing as she stumbled upon a video claiming to reveal the truth behind vampire myths. The room felt heavy, thick with an air of anticipation, as though the very essence of the night had crept in to listen. With a single click, she was drawn into a web of supernatural intrigue that would awaken long-buried fears and revive whispers of the night. For centuries, stories of vampires had thrived in the deep recesses of human imagination. From the chilling tales of Vlad the Impaler, whose reign of terror in the 15th century inspired the legend of Dracula, to the haunting ballads sung by the firesides of Eastern Europe, humanity had been captivated and terrified by these creatures of the night. With sharp fangs, glowing eyes, and an insatiable thirst for blood, they fed on the darkest fears of humanity. But now, with the rise of technology, these ancient myths were being reborn in vivid, startling ways. As Sarah watched the video, her heart pounded with a mix of excitement and dread. She learned about the gruesome practices of the past, how bodies were staked, beheaded, or burned to prevent the dead from rising. Many were misunderstood victims of disease, their symptoms misconstrued as signs of vampirism. The chilling truth was that, in the absence of modern medicine, fear often manifested into violence. The camera zoomed in on an old photograph of a grave marked with a wooden stake, and Sarah felt a shiver slide down her spine. The past was alive, and it whispered secrets through the lens of technology. With each passing day, technology continued to breathe new life into these myths. Documentaries flooded streaming platforms and podcasts delved into the dark history of vampires, revealing how folklore had transformed over centuries. Websites dedicated to the study of vampirism provided detailed analysis of historical records, while forums buzzed with lively discussions about sightings and experiences that had been dismissed as mere superstition. As Sarah read the comments below the video, She found herself diving into a realm filled with eerily similar stories, people claiming to have encountered beings that defied explanation. The veil between reality and myth began to blur. In a small town in Transylvania, a group of enthusiasts had taken it upon themselves to revive local vampire lore through augmented reality applications. With the aid of smartphones, they transformed their surroundings into a playground of legends, letting users experience what it might have been like to walk alongside the creatures of the night. As they wandered through the streets, guided by their screens, they encountered virtual apparitions, shimmering like mist, while chilling audio effects echoed the sound of distant howls. The history that once lay dormant was suddenly thrust into the present, merging the past with the pixelated reality of the now. Sarah found herself increasingly drawn to the stories of those who embraced these myths. An article highlighted a young man named Lucas who had developed a software program that analyzed data from centuries-old texts, linking patterns of vampire sightings to historical events. His findings were both fascinating and unsettling. Vampires were not merely figments of imagination, but reflections of societal fears. And dredging up tales of famine, plague, and war, he revealed how these fears morphed into the legends of the bloodsuckers that haunted the night. Each revelation sent ripples of goosebumps across Sarah's skin, an electric thrill coursing through her. In the shadows of the internet, a thriving community of vampire hunters emerged. Armed with night vision cameras and EMF detectors, they scoured old castles and graveyards, all the while broadcasting their findings live to captivated audiences. Each creak of the floorboards and rustle of the leaves sent a thrill of anticipation through viewers who sat on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding in sync with the suspense. Sarah watched as they captured fleeting glimpses of movement and heard whispers that chilled the spine. Was it the wind, or something far more sinister? The line separating reality from myth had never felt thinner. As the clock struck midnight, Sarah found herself unable to look away from the screen. Each video, each article, and each whispered legend deepened her fascination and dread. She had entered a world where the flickering shadows no longer felt like mere tricks of the light. They felt alive, pulsing with the energy of centuries of fear and legend. The role of technology in reviving these myths had crafted a tapestry woven with threads of history, folklore, and modern curiosity. The past was not lost, it was alive, waiting to be explored in each new story shared online. In the dim glow of her screen, Sarah realized she wasn't just a passive observer. She was part of an unfolding narrative that spanned generations. The tales of vampires had escaped the shackles of time, morphing and adapting to fit the fears and desires of a new age. As she scrolled through her feed, her heart raced with a mix of excitement and terror. The screen flickered, and she felt it, the soft tug of a story that had not yet ended, a whisper that beckoned her deeper into the shadows, urging her to question everything she thought she knew about the past. Outside, the moon hung full and bright, casting an otherworldly glow across the world. Sarah's breath hitched as she sensed a shift, a stirring of something ancient in the air. The technology that had revived these myths was not just a tool, it was a bridge, connecting the past with the present, as if inviting her to step through and embrace the unknown. Each sound outside her window seemed amplified. A rustle, a call, a distant echo of the legends that had once haunted the dreams of countless generations. And just like that, the night thickened, the stories swirled, and the shadows deepened, reminding Sarah that she was not just reading history, she was living it. A cold wind whipped through the empty streets of a small town, rustling the leaves and sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared to wander outside at night. The moon hung low, casting a silvery glow that danced across the pavement, illuminating the shadows where secrets lurked. It was here, in this eerie stillness, that the whispers of ancient myths collided with the pulse of modern life. In the dimly lit corner of a bookstore, a young woman named Amara flipped through the pages of an old leather-bound book. It spoke of creatures that fed on the life force of the living, beings who carried the burden of immortality while haunted by their own nature. Vampires, once the stuff of nightmares, had become something more, a canvas for diverse voices and perspectives that echoed the complexities of existence itself. As Amara read, she felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon her. From Bram Stoker's Dracula, which first introduced the world to the brooding count who lurked in the shadows of Transylvania, to the shimmering allure of Edward Cullen in Twilight, the vampire had transformed from a fearsome predator into a symbol of longing and desire. Each portrayal was a reflection of the society that created it, a mirror that revealed the fears, hopes, and desires of the times. But the narratives had shifted beyond the familiar tales of white European aristocrats. Today's literature gave voice to the marginalized and the unheard. In the hands of writers from diverse backgrounds, vampires became vessels for exploring identity, culture, and the often painful journey of self-acceptance. There was the young black girl in a small southern town who discovered her powers amid the echoes of history and discrimination, or the queer immigrant navigating between two worlds, struggling to reconcile their existence with societal expectations. These stories pulsated with a new kind of energy, one that spoke to the struggles of modern life while drawing on the ancient allure of the vampire myth. One such author, a fierce Latina voice, crafted a tale centered around a vampire named Isabella. She was a creature of the night, yes, but also a symbol of resilience. Isabella's journey through the streets of Los Angeles, a city bursting with life yet shrouded in darkness, resonated with the experiences of many who felt both alive and invisible. Isabella fought against the stereotypes that clung to her like the shadows, proving that fear could be transformed into strength. With every page turned, readers were drawn into her world, where the line between predator and prey blurred and survival became an art form. Elena, a young Muslim woman, penned a story of love that transcended boundaries. In her writing, the vampire was not merely a monster, but a lover entangled in a forbidden romance. The two faced societal pressures that threatened to tear them apart, yet through the lens of the supernatural, they found solace in each other's arms. Their love was a rebellion against a world that sought to divide them, and it shone brightly against the backdrop of a darkened sky. It was not just the protagonist who captured the imagination. The villains, too, took on new dimensions. No longer were they one-dimensional figures of evil. Instead, they possessed depth and complexity. A retired vampire queen, tired of the endless cycle of violence and betrayal, sought redemption in the twilight of her existence. She learned to navigate the intricacies of forgiveness and the haunting memories of those she had lost. Readers found themselves empathizing with her plight, revealing that even the most feared creatures wore the scars of their choices. The tales spun from these diverse perspectives were sprinkled with threads of history, rich and intricate. The vampire mythology had roots in the folklore of various cultures, stretching back to ancient civilizations that feared the darkness and the unknown. From the blood-drinking succubi of Mesopotamia to the vampiric entities of Eastern European folklore, these stories were not merely fiction, but rather reflections of humanity's greatest fears, the fear of death, the fear of the unknown, the fear of being alone. The echoes of these fears reverberated in the modern world. The vampire became a metaphor for various human struggles, addiction, mental health, and the quest for connection in a world that often felt isolating. As Amar continued to read, the lines blurred between reality and fantasy. A chilling sense of recognition washed over her. These characters were not just figments of imagination, but representations of the battles fought daily. The rhythm of the narrative shifted, building toward a crescendo that sent goosebumps racing across her arms. In one haunting scene, a group of vampires gathered under the cover of night, their eyes glowing with a mix of hunger and sorrow. They spoke not of dominance, but of their shared experiences, lost loved ones, unfulfilled dreams, and the heavy burden of immortality. Here, the age-old legends transformed into poignant reflections on mortality and the human condition. Amara's heart raced as the stories unfolded, each one more gripping than the last. The vampires, once feared and shunned, now became embodiments of hope, love, and resilience. She could almost hear their voices echoing in her mind, weaving a tapestry of emotions that captivated her soul. The stakes were high and the tension palpable. She felt she was standing on the precipice of something magnificent and terrifying. With each turn of the page, the stories encapsulated the essence of what it meant to be alive, breathing life into the shadows. These modern vampires were not just creatures of horror. They were reflections of the lives we led and the struggles we faced. Amara yearned to know more, to immerse herself in their worlds, as the night outside grew darker and the wind whispered secrets only the brave dared to hear. As she closed the book, the weight of the stories lingered in the air. A promise that the journey of understanding and connection was far from over. Each tale, each voice added another layer to the rich tapestry of modern literature, beckoning readers to listen, to feel, and to reflect on the many facets of existence. The night may have been dark, but within it flickered the light of countless stories waiting to be told, waiting to be heard. The cycle of life and literature continued, an unending dance between shadows and light, inviting all to step closer to the edge, to feel the pulse of something greater than themselves. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls of an old laboratory, where the air was thick with the scent of alchemical potions and the metallic tang of blood. The wooden table was cluttered with vials and strange instruments, each whispering secrets of life and death. It was here, in the shadows of scientific discovery, that the line between myth and reality began to blur. For centuries, the allure of vampirism had captivated minds, but the dawn of modern science promised to transform ancient fears into something tangible, something that could be measured and quantified. The year was 1667, and the world was teetering on the brink of a revolution in medicine. A young physician named Richard Lower stood over a patient, heart racing with anticipation. He was about to conduct the first recorded blood transfusion, a bold experiment that would entwine the realms of science and superstition. What was it that drove him? Was it the promise of saving lives, or perhaps a curiosity that bordered on the morbid? As the blood flowed from one body to another, it was as if the very essence of life was being exchanged, a chilling echo of the vampire's eternal hunger. That first transfusion was not without its risks. Lower's patient, a dog, was the unknowing participant in this dark ballet. The ancient tales of creatures who fed on blood whispered in the corners of Lower's mind as he watched the crimson liquid swirl and pulse. Was he tampering with forces beyond his control? The thought sent shivers down his spine, but the thrill of discovery propelled him forward. The dog survived, breathing life into the idea that blood could be a vessel of hope. But in the shadows lurked a darker side. What if this very act opened a door to the unthinkable? Fast forward to the 18th century, where the intrigue of blood transfusion persisted amidst increasing scientific inquiry. The infamous Giovanni Maria Lancisi, a physician and anatomist, documented the potential benefits of blood exchange. His writings hinted at the idea of using blood to cure ailments, as well as the tantalizing notion that life could be extended through transfusions. Yet, with each hopeful step, the specter of vampirism loomed larger. Patients receiving blood were often described in terms that echoed the legends of the undead, pale, weak, and haunted by an insatiable thirst for life. In a society grappling with the horrors of disease, the connection between blood and vitality became clearer. The link between transfusions and the fables of vampires ignited a fevered imagination. It was during this time that tales of those who drank blood for strength and immortality began to surface in literature. Authors like John Polidori, with his infamous The Vampire, captured the public's fascination, intertwining the Gothic allure of immortality with the scientific breakthroughs of their time. The readers were transfixed, caught between the horror of the familiar and the thrill of the unknown. Yet it was not merely fiction. In the 19th century, blood transfusions became a practice that some viewed with both wonder and terror. The emergence of the first human blood transfusion in 1818, performed by Dr. James Blundell, challenged the boundaries of medicine. His patients, often women suffering from childbirth complications, became unwitting players in a macabre experiment that echoed the desires of ancient vampires. As blood filled their veins, could they feel the life of another coursing through them, or was it merely a desperate grasp for survival? With each attempt to harness the power of blood, the scientific community grappled with profound ethical dilemmas. The practice began to draw ire as questions about the sanctity of life and the morality of blood consumption arose. Medical communities debated feverishly. Were they healing or merely prolonging a wretched state? Was it possible that in their quest for knowledge they were stepping too close to a myth that should remain buried? As the 20th century unfolded, the landscape of medicine transformed dramatically. Blood banks emerged, and the act of transfusion became routine, yet echoes of those early fears still lingered in public consciousness. The rise of the vampire genre in popular culture coincided with advancements in blood science. Count Dracula roamed the pages, an elegant predator, while scientists discovered blood types and compatibility, unlocking even more potential for life-saving transfusions. But with each new achievement, the dance with the darkness of vampirism became more complex. During World War I, the necessity for blood transfusions surged. Soldiers, ravaged by battle, lay on makeshift operating tables, their lives suspended by a thread. The need for blood became a rallying cry, almost fervent in its urgency. Yet, as blood flowed from one soldier to another, the imagery of ancient legends returned. Could the act of saving one life echo the time-worn tales of taking another? The tension simmered, amplifying the emotional stakes involved. The whispers of the past, of creatures that thrived on blood, began to haunt the halls of modern hospitals. In the sterile rooms where science reigned, the age-old fear of the vampire resurfaced, lingering just beneath the surface. Nurses and doctors, with their white coats and surgical masks, became the new guardians of life and death, navigating the delicate balance between salvation and damnation. Each transfusion was not just a medical procedure, it was a ritual steeped in history, where the echoes of mythology and the promise of science collided. In the sterile environment of a blood donation center, a donor reclined, glancing at the needle piercing his skin. An act so normal, yet so deeply intertwined with centuries of fear and fascination. The bag filled slowly, a crimson testament to both life and legend. As the donor's heart beat in rhythm with the machine, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was part of something ancient. Was he, in essence, playing a role in a narrative that stretched back into the shadows of history? Or perhaps he was merely a modern-day hero, combating the specter of disease and despair. As the tapping of the collection machine echoed through the room, it became clear that the lines between science and myth were as intricate as the veins carrying life's essence. The worlds of vampires, medicine, and the quest for immortality were inexorably linked, each feeding off the other, shaping society's view of life, death, and what it means to truly live. The heart of the matter lay beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered, even as the shadows of the past loomed ever nearer, ready to intertwine with the future. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the quiet town where shadows danced along cobblestone streets. In the stillness, a figure moved, cloaked in darkness, yet undeniably magnetic. This was not just any figure. It was the embodiment of centuries of folklore, myth, and terror, a vampire reimagined for a new age. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of time was holding its breath, waiting for the stories to unfold. In the past, vampires were creatures of pure malice, the monsters lurking in the corners of haunted castles, preying on the innocent. They were symbols of disease, death, and fear. Yet as the world evolved, so did these legendary beings. The vampire of yesteryears, with his sharp fangs and cold, unfeeling gaze, began to blur into the human experience. The transformation was subtle but powerful, an evolution that reflected the complexities of modern life. From the pages of Bram Stoker's groundbreaking Dracula to Anne Rice's lush and romantic Interview with the Vampire, these tales began to shift. No longer were vampires solely embodiments of evil. They became tragic figures, layered with emotion and desire. They were cursed with immortality, burdened by their thirst for blood, and, perhaps most poignantly, yearning for connection in a world that often left them isolated and misunderstood. In the late 20th century, this reinvention took a bold leap forward. Contemporary adaptations began to spring forth, embracing the very essence of what it meant to be human, even if one was undead. The television screens flickered to life with shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where vampires were not just monsters but complex characters capable of love, redemption, and sacrifice. The lines blurred even further with True Blood, a series that introduced vampires as part of society, struggling for acceptance in a world that had long feared and marginalized them. As the world entered the 21st century, vampires danced through the pages of young adult novels, captivating new generations with tales that intertwined romance and rebellion. Twilight, with its brooding hero and love-struck heroine, became a cultural phenomenon, spawning discussions about what it meant to love someone who was fundamentally different. The vampire, once the epitome of danger and darkness, became a symbol of desire, a mirror reflecting the struggles of young love, identity, and acceptance. These modern adaptations didn't just stop at romanticizing the vampire, they also delved into the social issues of the day. The struggles of race, gender, and sexuality were woven into narratives where vampires became metaphors for the marginalized, those who existed on the fringes of society. In shows like The Vampire Diaries and Penny Dreadful, characters grappled not only with their thirst for blood, but also with their place in a world that often rejected them. The emotional weight of hidden identities and the longing for belonging resonated deeply, drawing viewers in with each twist and turn of the plot. Yet the pulse of the vampire's allure didn't merely lie in their supernatural powers or dark allure. It rested in their ability to evoke raw emotions. The audience was pulled into the turmoil of their existence, the conflicts of their dual nature. The vampire's insatiable hunger was a powerful metaphor for human desire, a reflection of the inner battles that everyone faces. With every tale told, they became more than just monsters in the night. They transformed into figures of empathy and understanding, forcing society to confront its own fears and prejudices. As modern adaptations continued to thrive, creators pushed boundaries further, searching for new ways to breathe life into vampire lore. The series, What We Do in the Shadows, took a comedic approach, offering a hilarious glimpse into the mundane lives of vampires navigating modern society. Here, laughter intertwined with horror, breaking the mold and showing that even the undead could have a sense of humor about their eternal plight. In literature, authors like Victor Laval and Silvia Moreno Garcia took different paths, intertwining history with the supernatural. Laval's The Ballad of Black Tom reclaims the vampire narrative, embedding it within the fabric of racism and injustice in America. Moreno Garcia's Mexican Gothic blended horror with cultural elements, drawing on rich traditions to create a fresh take on the vampire mythos. Each adaptation became a tapestry of emotions, history, and societal commentary, weaving together the past with urgent contemporary issues. As the vampire's tale continued to evolve, so too did the fascination with their connection to mortality. The exploration of life and death, the dichotomy of existence, became a central theme in many stories. The characters wrestled with their choices, grappling with the consequences of their unending lives. They stood on the precipice of humanity, their struggles reflecting the fragile nature of human emotions, love, loss, hope, and despair. The thrill of a vampire's story is not merely in the chilling moments that make hearts race, but in the underlying questions they provoke. What would it mean to live forever? What does it mean to be human? With each adaptation, the audience was invited to reflect on their own lives, their own choices, and the haunting beauty of existence itself. In this relentless swirl of reimagined tales where the vampire has transformed from a mindless monster into a character filled with depth, the essence of what it means to be both predator and prey emerges vividly. The shift moved beyond the sinister into the sublime, crafting narratives that lingered in the minds of those who dared to read or watch. The darkness, once feared, now beckoned with an intoxicating allure, endlessly captivating and unyielding. And, as the night deepened, a new tale began to unfold, merging the ancient with the contemporary and inviting the brave to step closer into the shadows where the heartbeats of history and emotion intertwined, waiting to be uncovered. The night was thick with shadows, the kind that curled around corners and whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen. In a dimly lit cafe, a few patrons hunched over their coffee cups, eyes flickering towards the flickering candlelight. Outside, the moon hung low, its silver light breaking through the clouds like a spotlight on a stage, illuminating the age-old stories that refused to fade into obscurity. This was a world where the tales of vampires, both feared and revered, thrummed like a heartbeat, pulsating with life and death, desire and despair. Vampires have haunted human imagination for centuries. From the gruesome tales of Vlad the Impaler in the 15th century to the romanticized figures found in literature and film, these creatures have adapted, mirroring the fears and desires of the time. But where is this ancient mythology heading? What does the future hold for the legends that have captured so many hearts and minds? As the cafe door swung open, a gust of wind sent a chill through the air, carrying with it the scent of autumn leaves and whispered rumors. The patrons shivered, pulling their jackets tighter around themselves, unaware of the shift in the atmosphere. The future of vampire mythology was about to take a turn as unexpected as a bite in the night. With the rise of social media and the rapid exchange of ideas, vampire tales are evolving faster than ever. The traditional image of a vampire, a pale, aristocratic figure lurking in the shadows, has morphed into a spectrum of new identities. The vampire of tomorrow could be anything from a misunderstood soul seeking redemption to a savvy business mogul, navigating the complexities of modern life. The narratives are being reshaped, allowing for a deeper connection with audiences who crave authenticity and relatability in their supernatural beings. Yet, with this transformation comes a sense of unease, a tension that crackles in the air. What happens when mere myth begins to intertwine with reality? In some parts of the world, vampire lore is taken seriously, with communities believing in their existence, perpetuating rituals and ceremonies designed to ward off the creatures of the night. The lines between fiction and reality blur, leaving the unsuspecting vulnerable to the allure of the dark. In the glow of the cafe, a group of young adults huddled together, their eyes wide with excitement as they shared their favorite vampire stories from books and films. Their laughter mingled with the clinking of coffee cups, but beneath the surface, an undercurrent of something far more profound ran through their conversation. They spoke of power dynamics, of love that transcends time, of the struggle for acceptance. This was not just about bloodsuckers and fangs, it was about the human condition, a reflection of our deepest fears, desires, and the quest for belonging. As technology continues to advance, the vampire mythos will undoubtedly adapt. Virtual reality experiences could offer fans a chance to step into the shoes of a vampire, to feel the rush of immortality, the thrill of the hunt, and the weight of loneliness. Imagine the experience of navigating a world where morals are blurred and every decision carries heavy consequences. The thrill would be intoxicating. Yet it would also serve as a stark reminder of the choices that define humanity. Will the future see vampires as heroes or villains? Perhaps both. The duality of light and dark is a theme that resonates throughout history, and it will continue to do so as new stories unfold. From the ancient tales of Lilith, the first woman, to the brooding figures of modern literature, the vampire encapsulates the struggle between desire and morality. Readers want complexity. They crave flawed characters who reflect their own struggles. A vampire who battles with their inner demons, who yearns for connection yet fears vulnerability, is a character that will resonate deeply. In a forgotten corner of the cafe, an elderly man quietly scribbled in his notebook, the flicker of his candle casting dancing shadows across the page. He was a storyteller, a keeper of the old tales, and he understood the power of mythology. Each word he wrote was infused with history, threading the past into the present. He knew that the stories of vampires were not just about the monsters in the night. They were about the battles we face within ourselves. The darkness outside thickened, and the wind howled, its eerie song echoing the whispers of long-lost souls. The patrons felt a shiver run down their spines, a collective awareness that something ancient was stirring. The future of vampire mythology was alive, breathing and hungry for new narratives to emerge. The thirst for knowledge, for connection, and for understanding what it means to be human, and perhaps inhuman, propelled these timeless stories forward. Yet, lurking in the shadows, an unsettling truth lay dormant. As society grapples with its own monstrosities, inequities, fears of the other, the consequences of power, the vampire stands as a mirror, reflecting our darkest instincts. The path ahead is fraught with tension, and the stories of tomorrow will wrestle with these themes, leaving audiences to confront their own choices and perspectives. The cafe door swung open once more, and a figure cloaked in a long black coat stepped inside, the air crackling with an electric tension that sent goosebumps racing down spines. The room fell silent, eyes drawn to the newcomer who seemed to embody the very essence of the vampire myth, the allure, the danger, the promise of an adventure that could take them beyond the mundane into a world where reality and legend intertwine. The figure smiled, revealing just enough of a glint in the eye, a hint of mystery that beckoned the curious. In that fleeting moment, it was clear. The future of vampire mythology would be shaped not just by the stories told, but by the very souls who dared to engage with them. And as the night deepened, the flames of their imaginations ignited, setting the stage for a new chapter, one that would entwine their fates with the shadows, where every heartbeat echoed the eternal dance between light and dark. The story had only just begun, ready to spill into realms yet unseen, leaving everyone breathless with anticipation. The cold wind howled through the narrow streets of a forgotten village, carrying whispers of tales long buried beneath the weight of time. Shadows danced under the flickering light of torches, revealing faces etched with fear and uncertainty. It was here, amidst this tension, that history and myth began to intertwine, giving birth to a figure who would haunt the nightmares of generations, Vlad the Impaler, a ruler whose thirst for power was rivaled only by a supposed hunger for blood. In the dim glow of the tavern, villagers huddled together, their voices barely above a whisper. The air was thick with the scent of ale and dread. As the locals shared stories, their eyes glimmered with a mixture of disbelief and fascination. They spoke of a man who ruled with an iron fist, known for his brutal methods of justice. Yet, lurking behind those tales was a deeper, darker thread, a story of a man who was more than just a tyrant. Was he truly the first vampire, or merely a victim of history's relentless march? Twisted by fear into something monstrous? Outside, a lone traveler made his way through the cobblestone streets, his cloak flapping in the wind like the wings of a bat. He had come in search of truth, drawn by an ancient legend that clung to the village like the fog that rolled in from the distant mountains. As he approached the tavern, he felt a chill race down his spine, as if the very ground whispered secrets meant to be forgotten. The name Vlad echoed in his mind, a name that had become synonymous with the macabre. Blood drinker, demon of the night. Inside the tavern, the mood shifted. The traveler took a seat, his presence igniting a spark of curiosity among the villagers. They leaned in closer, eager to share the legends that had shaped their understanding of this infamous figure. One villager, eyes wide with fear, recounted tales of Vlad's gruesome punishments. They say he would stake his enemies alive, leaving them to die a slow, agonizing death, he said, his voice trembling. Gasps filled the room, punctuated by the crackling of the fire. But there was more lurking in the shadows of these stories, an unsettling allure that drew people to Vlad. Beneath the horror lay a twisted sense of admiration. He was a leader who protected his people from invaders, a man whose cruelty was often seen as a necessity in a world where weakness could lead to annihilation. Was he a monster or a hero in his own right? The lines blurred, and the villagers wrestled with these conflicting emotions, their hearts pounding in their chests. As the night wore on and the flames danced higher, the tales grew darker. One woman spoke of the night Vlad rode into battle, his eyes wild, thirsting for revenge against those who dared to oppose him. She described a figure so fierce that even the bravest soldiers trembled at his approach. It was said he fought like a demon, his sword dripping with the blood of his enemies, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire. But with every tale of valor came a counterpoint of horror, stories of villages left in ruins, families torn apart, the cries of the innocent silenced forever. With each word spoken, the traveler felt the weight of history pressing down on him, each story a thread woven into the tapestry of Vlad's legacy. He leaned closer, captivated by the visceral emotions that hung in the air like smoke. The villagers were caught in a web of their own making, torn between fear and respect, horror and fascination. They were entranced by the very figure who had inspired countless legends, including the one that had transformed him into the first vampire of lore. As the clock struck midnight, an uneasy silence settled over the tavern. The villagers exchanged glances, sensing the tension thickening like fog. The traveler, emboldened by their stories, dared to ask, "What do you truly believe? Was he a monster or a man shaped by the world around him?" His question hung in the air, electrifying the atmosphere. One old man, his face lined with age and wisdom, stood slowly, his voice a mere rasp. "Every tale is a reflection of our fears," he said, his eyes glinting in the firelight. Vlad was a man who faced the darkness of his times. In his quest for power, he became a symbol of the very nightmares we create to cope with our reality. His words sent shivers down the spines of those gathered. The traveler sensed the fragile balance shifting, a realization that the truth was as elusive as the shadows that cloaked the village at night. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, and the tavern fell into stunned silence. The door swung open, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, his presence commanding immediate attention. He stepped inside, the flickering light catching his sharp features. The villagers froze, eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. Was this a mere traveler, or someone sent by the specter of Vlad himself? Come to reclaim his legacy? The newcomer's gaze swept across the room, landing on the traveler with an intensity that made his heart race. The old man took a step back, fear flickering in his eyes. "The stories are alive," he murmured, as if awakening a long-dormant truth. "Vlad's legacy isn't just a tale. It's a curse that binds us to the past." Tension crackled in the air as the newcomer's lips curled into a faint smile, an expression that sent chills down the spines of the villagers. In that moment, history and myth converged, casting a shadow that loomed over the tavern like the specter of Vlad himself. The traveler could feel the pulse of the stories, each heartbeat echoing the eternal dance between man and monster. And as the flames flickered, illuminating the gathering, they all understood. This was a night that would change everything. A moment where the past and present collided, leaving them teetering on the edge of an abyss filled with both dread and wonder.